All right, here we go on another Saturday. It is BetMGM game day with you for the next 5 hours here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. We got preseason action getting going here, Austin, in a couple of hours. We'll get to some of the games today, including some of the storylines. Yet again, we got some quarterback battles. Most notably, it's Shedeur Sanders' turn to get the first start in a preseason game as him and Deshaun Watson continue to battle for that starting quarterback job with the Cleveland Browns. We'll touch on that. We certainly will get to some of the other big headlines in sports throughout the entire week, including a bigger mess now with college eligibility after a couple court rulings were handed down yesterday, and it just continues to add to the chaos. But don't forget, you guys can watch the show over on YouTube and Twitch as well. Just search BetMGM tonight. You can also, of course, listen to the show over on the Odyssey app or the Westwood One Sports app, our affiliates across the country, or over on SiriusXM channel 375. And you can text or call into the show at 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. Austin, we're inching closer, man. We're inching closer. I got fantasy football trades coming my way this morning. Football's back. Everybody's very active today. I don't know why. I got 3 trades sent to me in the last hour. People are now feeling the football vibes.
So are you in a keeper league, or are you have you already had your draft for this upcoming season?
I'm in too many leagues is the answer, which means I'm all of the above. Everything
You're
said,
like, which
Austin,
one?
I'm in a keeper league. I'm in a dynasty league. I'm in a guillotine league. Yeah, everything.
A guillotine league,
dude. Have you not done guillotine?
I've never done guillotine. I feel like they're just now
amazing.
putting words in front of league now. You know, like I'm in a banana league. I'm in a toaster league. I'm in a harpoon whale league. Have you done one of those? It's wild. You got to try it out at least one season.
I'm telling you though, Austin. You know what? You're right. There are a ton of different varieties now. You got the best ball leagues too, but that's a real thing. That's a real thing. But the guillotine league or chopped league, it's like they're interchangeable, chopped or guillotine. I actually think you would like the format. Basically, you do a draft like you would normally do, right? But you're going up against everybody all week long, and whoever has the lowest score gets chopped, right? And so it keeps going.
So you're out for this season?
You're done. Somebody is done after week 1. Oh, yeah. Somebody is done after week 1.
My gosh.
But you have to balance you have like $1,000 in salary cap. And so let's say your team gets cut and you happen to have Drake May as your quarterback, but somebody else got hurt 5 minutes into the game, and so you got screwed. So now your whole roster is available, and everybody gets to bid on it and decide how aggressive they want to be early on in the season because you want to save some of your money, but also you don't want to get chopped. And so what happens at the end sometimes is, you get to week 13, there's 3 teams left, but one person still has $500 left, and everybody else has, 50. Well, that guy that has 500 can just load up on a great roster, and it sets it up pretty nicely for them to win.
Oh my gosh. See, and here I thought when you said guillotine league, I thought it was like one of those leagues where it's like you have to throw in one of those shirts that say I suck at fantasy football and then get your head chopped off.
Yeah, exactly. There are punishments that are getting more and more interesting. I saw on social media this week, by the way. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's some bad payoffs for fantasy losses. That's for sure.
I heard about the 5K or the 10K rule this time, where you give your credit card over to the guys in your league, and they get to run up you're dropped off either 5K or 10K away from the bar, and you have to run to the bar. You show up to the bar all sweaty, and it's not until you get to the bar then they have to close out the tab. Like, so they could rack up, upwards of 150, 200, $300 worth of beers and shots on your tab before you get there. I think that is a phenomenal punishment. I'm like, that sounds fun, because if you're in a 12-man league, there's only a 1 in 12 chance that's happening to you, right? Like, it's odds are you're not losing the league. So then you just get a free night out of drinking.
Yeah, that's a great one. We've all seen the Waffle House punishment, right? Where you got to eat certain items or the McDonald's one, you eat certain items off the menu. A McChicken's worth a half hour or an hour or whatever it may be, but you got to try to knock off the 24 hours.
On the Waffle House one, I'm a big Waffle House guy. Grew up in the South, right? Like Waffle House, I was there every Saturday. I grew up in a Waffle House. I love that place. I feel like there should not be an out of getting time docked off your 24 hours. I think the punishment should be 24 straight hours in a Waffle House. I don't think and for me, that wouldn't even be a punishment, honestly. Like I've spent 7 hours at a Waffle House before just on my own, right? Like it's like, so
just give me the
I feel
hash
like
browns, man, and I'm good to go.
Yeah, don't add in the every Waffle House knocks off, if you're going to do that, make it 15 minutes. Make it, where you have to eat 4 waffles just to knock off a single hour, because knocking off like an hour of time or 30 minutes of time, that's not a punishment.
No, but eating a bowl of mustard definitely is. I think you can speak to experience.
That, as we learned earlier this year, eating a bowl of mustard, it's great in the moment. It makes for great radio and great, streaming on our YouTube or Twitch streams as we are right now. It does not make for great post-show effects. I'll just say that.
Yeah. By the way, we can talk. This is probably more of an off-air conversation, but I feel we got to get something as a show. Whether it's you and I, our producer, whether it's fantasy football, Survivor, we got to do something here for this football season to add to the fall. We can talk about that, but I feel like as we're discussing this, I'm like, we got to either get in the same fantasy league or do something to add some more fun to the start of the NFL season. Thinking of that, we know we have week 2 of the preseason going on a little bit later on today, and we start with one of the more interesting matchups just because of the off-the-field storylines based off of a trade that happened this offseason, and that was, of course, the Eagles and the Patriots, where you have A.J. Brown traded over to New England, and that was the trade that everybody was discussing really since January. We were just kind of waiting for the calendar to turn to June, and then finally that trade ultimately happened, and there was a joint practice this week between the Patriots and the Eagles. And you saw, Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown hugged, and they had a short embrace, and they were talking a little bit. And so you think about these two players now in what kind of year and what kind of career the rest of their career is going to be, mainly for Jalen Hurts. A.J. Brown is obviously a little bit older than Jalen Hurts is. For this short term, this season between those two players, who do you actually think, gets the better end of the deal for their career? Because I think it's certainly way more at stake for Jalen Hurts not having A.J. Brown than it is A.J. Brown joining up with Drake May. I know that the Patriots were a team that was in the Super Bowl last year, but I think Jalen Hurts is going to be judged far more because of the position he plays, but also you and I have brought up how many times this offseason the different stories that have come out of Philadelphia. I think it's way more of a deal for A.J. Brown to do his thing in New England and go out and just be the same type of player. That's probably expected. What about Jalen Hurts? Can he elevate his game, or does he look even worse without A.J. Brown?
I mean, he's going to have to, right? Like he doesn't necessarily have a choice. Like he's going to have to be better than what he was last year with A.J. Brown, because now, I mean, A.J. Brown is a weapon, and you could throw out the words diva or whatever, all of the, just the headache that he can provide, as he's done in his previous 2 stops towards the end. But you cannot deny the fact that he is an absolute weapon on the field. Like he is, I mean, he's one of the best wide receivers in the entire sport. And so you can't deny that aspect. Like, yes, the two come together, right? It's like traveling with my wife, right? Like, she's going to come with some baggage, but she's my wife and I love her, right? And I know she's great. But I feel like, yeah, Jalen Hurts is going to be under a microscope this season. Like he is going to be dissected, and every Eagles, and I mean that he would be that way in any of the 32 markets, but especially in Philadelphia, right? Where there you are under double microscopes. You are multiple dissected or whatever. So I feel like, yeah, he's going to be under a lot of scrutiny, but at the same time, there's going to be a lot of pressure on A.J. Brown too, because there is that notion of the grass isn't always greener on the other side. And yes, the Patriots are coming off of an AFC, championship, but they still have a lot of problems themselves. That offensive line is questionable at best. And, will Drake may be able to replicate it? We all know about the Super Bowl hangover, which is a real thing. I mean, like the team that loses the Super Bowl tends to have a hangover the following season. How's that going to affect the Patriots? So it's kind of a two-sided coin. Yeah, Jalen Hurts will be on, you got to be on your very best that you've ever been, even prior to like, the MVP type numbers that you've put up, in years past. But AJ Brown also needs to go out and perform and do all he can. As long as Drake May can stay upright long enough to get him the football, he needs to do what he can for the Patriots, because otherwise he'll be feeling things in his mentions. And we know that AJ Brown is the type of player that reads his mentions.
Yeah, and I think though for AJ Brown, as you were kind of describing, the type of season he needs to have, I actually just don't think people will blame him if things go south. There's so much there that people will blame in New England, and that's why he has an easier pass, right? I mean, in New England, one, people will say their schedule's way tougher this year. That's why they're not as good.
Sure.
Two, people say Drake May didn't look good in the playoffs, so this is not a surprise. Three, it'll be the Rossini Vrabel crap. I just feel like there's a lot of built-in excuses. You mentioned the offensive line, that unless A.J. Brown is just, having one of his worst seasons, I don't think people will blame the offense on A.J. Brown. They'll blame three or four of these other things, at least in my opinion, before they get to A.J. Brown. Whereas, of course, being the quarterback in Philadelphia, number one, is going to automatically prompt the attention. He's the quarterback, even though Jalen Hurts has had multiple offensive coordinators. People are ready, I think, in Philadelphia to give a reason why Jalen Hurts maybe is not that guy for a reason, for a quarterback that has taken you to 2 Super Bowls and won one of them. I just think it's going to be a challenge for Philadelphia this year, man. You got Mekhi Lemon's already a little hurt. Who's he throwing the football to week 1 of this season?
Yeah, no, it's a good point. A.J. Brown will not get the brunt end of the blame if things do go south in New England. However, as we know, A.J. Brown, look, we've seen this movie twice before, okay? This is essentially The Hangover 3 coming out. We know how the plot is going to work out. They're going to drink too much. They're going to forget what happened the night before. Hilarities will ensue. And by the third one, you're kind of more tired of it than the other two, right? Like, that's why Hangover 3 kind of bombed. A.J. Brown is now with his third team. And if things do go south, I mean, we know when things are going great, when his teams are winning, he causes problems and he causes more drama to the team. So if things go south, like we really haven't seen the full scale of A.J. Brown being on a bad team yet. Even when he was in Tennessee, that was a team that was coming off AFC title berth, and the next year they had the number 1 seed in the AFC playoffs. So A.J. Brown has always been on good teams. Now it's like if he's on a bad team, is he going to add fuel to the fire? That's something like.
Let me ask you this though.
I have to see.
You mentioned if he's on a bad team. What's the floor though? Honestly, in New England, I think we all recognize they're not going to win 14 games.
Sure,
but I don't think. Let's say things go really bad for them. I think as long as Drake May is healthy, to me they're at bare minimum an 8-win football team, maybe a 9-win football team. I don't think they're falling all the way back. If Drake May is healthy all year, let's assume that's the case. I don't believe this is a team that's going from 14 wins down to 7 wins. I probably don't even think 8. I think they're a worst case scenario, a 9-win football team. For me, they're more likely a 10 or 11 win team overall.
I agree with you. I do think the ceiling or the floor is probably 8-9 wins. And that's if things like if poop really hits the fan there, right? But then again, going into last year, I don't think any of us would have predicted your own Kansas City Chiefs like the year that they had, right? So it is possible where just everything could go wrong. All 4 wheels could fall off the bus, right? I don't think that's going to happen, but if it does, I mean, we're talking about that would be A.J. Brown would not be the blame for it, but A.J. Brown could be a cause for it getting worse, is I guess what I'm getting at.
That division, too, is interesting, right? The Patriots won it with 14 games. We know the Buffalo Bills have a new head coach in Joe Brady. The Dolphins are clearly in rebuild. The Jets are in rebuild, kind of, because of their decision to sign Geno, though, to me, makes me think they'll find a way to win a game or two that we don't expect them to win, though, and end up maybe closer to that 7-win mark than it is the 5-win mark, maybe even a little bit more than that. The Jets are kind of interesting to me this year. Not that I think they're a playoff team. So I guess what I'm getting at is this division might be a tad bit better than it was a year ago at the bottom, at least. And if that's the case, what does that do for the Patriots? We can take a look more at some of the futures markets for this as well. But Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown will face off tonight in the preseason game, 7 o'clock kickoff, as both those guys get together. Now, I do want to play what Drake May had to say about A.J. Brown, though. He was asked, what are you seeing from A.J. Brown? How's it having that kind of receiver in your receiver room?
I think it's the best thing, for that is winning. I think nobody really tries to complain when you win games, and I think nobody's really that prideful in this sport about personal stats or achievements when we're winning games. So that's our job as a team, and come together and try to win games. So I think that's the biggest thing that coach is preaching, and we're trying to be second voices of him, and knowing that protect the football team and do things the right way. But no, I think my job isn't to try to make everybody happy. I think my job is to have the offense move up and down the field and score points.
So that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I agree with what he had to say, but we also know that last year, as you said, the Eagles were winning games and A.J. Brown was not happy. So, we'll see. Now, Mike Vrabel, I will say I think Mike Vrabel probably does understand A.J. Brown a little bit and maybe can manage that a little bit better than what the Eagles did a season ago. But what Drake May said is the ideal scenario, but I think we all know that even if the Patriots start off 5-0, if A.J. Brown has 1 or 2 touchdowns and is averaging like 40 yards a game, he's not going to be happy.
Yeah. Do you hear that, Alex? Do you hear that? I think that faint noise you hear is the laughter coming from Philadelphia. And even some faint trickles of giggles coming from Nashville, because we've seen this movie before. Okay, this is Hangover 3. Like, it doesn't matter. Drake, look, I love the naivety. You're young. You're going into you're a young quarterback. You just haven't fully experienced the A.J. Brown experience yet. Look, I have 2 words for this. Okay, honeymoon phase. Right? Like, any couple can make it when courting, right? You put your clothes in the hamper, you iron your clothes before going to bed, you run crisp routes. But eventually, as the years go on and the fresh and new becomes everyday and mundane, you find yourself looking around, and before you know it, you're in a 6-year relationship with someone else, making out in a Tribeca bar in the middle of the night, or interlocking fingers on the rooftop of a Sedona resort. Okay? So, like, right now it's cute, but pretty soon things can turn ugly and go south real quick, especially with one A.J. Brown, because even if you're winning, just ask Philadelphia, just ask Tennessee, he can still create headaches.
So we'll see how it plays out. I'm sure we will discuss this as we get a couple weeks into the season, especially if one of the 2 teams, the Eagles, struggle or the Patriots struggle, and we'll be keeping an eye on that. All right, up next, though, let's get to the other games taking place a little bit later on today. We've got, 4 games in the noon Eastern window, including a couple more interesting quarterback situations, noticeably the Falcons game taking on the Colts. Later on today, we got the Browns. So we'll get into all that next year as we are Westwood One Sports.
Good stuff. I'm not sure. I think they just didn't, the Westwood One board just didn't have the intro. Ryan, just let us know if you need anything at the spread. We'll send it to you. saw it.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on BetMGM Game Day. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. We'll get to the list here in about 20 minutes. We'll add a new item or individual to the list, something that is bugging us, sports, non-sports. You guys can always submit a couple of yours on our chat page over on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. We were mentioning in the first segment, of course, the Eagles and Patriots. They got a preseason game later on tonight. We'll see Hurts. We'll see A.J. Brown. But there's a full slate of preseason games today, including 4 games that will kick off at noon Eastern, starting with the Commanders at the Lions. We got the Ravens at the Vikings, the Bills at the Browns, the Falcons at the Colts. Let's start with that Bills-Browns game, though, because we know that is where a quarterback battle is taking place. Last week, we talked a ton about Deshaun Watson and kept an eye on his performance. Both quarterbacks, man, last week gave you plenty of reasons to just once again look at their situation and think it's an absolute disaster. Shedeur Sanders, threw that terrible interception down the field. Deshaun Watson on a 4th down was stripped of the football and sacked. The same stuff that we saw much of last season for the Cleveland Browns. Yes, Todd Monken is in charge, and I still think if we were to put odds on the starting quarterback battle, I don't know if you agree, I think Deshaun Watson would probably be like minus 125, minus 150 to be the week 1 starter, and Shedeur Sanders to me would be like plus 150. Something like that is kind of how I see the QB battle. But Shedeur Sanders will get the start and obviously has an opportunity to showcase himself today against the Bills.
Yeah, they're really utilizing the full quarterback battle, right? And I think they should. I let Shedeur run with the ones. Let them see, if he can rekindle some of that magic. And I'll use the word magic for what he did last year. Like, it was I look, hand raised, far better than what I was expecting him to do with the Browns after being a 5th-round draft pick, and all of the drama that led to being drafted to Cleveland. But this year, yeah, he's in a tight quarterback battle with Deshaun Watson. And you and I brought this up last week where it'd be smart for the Browns to kind of regardless, just go with Deshaun Watson, because once you go Shador, you can't really Shador is obviously more of the long-term answer in Cleveland. I mean, if they don't go quarterback again, literally in the next draft, which is a loaded quarterback draft class, but Shador has more of a potential of a future than Deshaun Watson does. So why would you go Shador Sanders only to, if he comes out struggling, bench him, go to Deshaun Watson? You gotta start, but it's Cleveland, right? And this is not a knock at Browns fans, because you guys don't deserve this, but the Browns always make the wrong decision. So I wouldn't put it past them. I'm hoping Monken can literally come in and change things there. But as of right now, it will be interesting to see. My question with those 4 games kicking off at noon Eastern, can we get a red zone? Can we get, can we get red zone back up and running? They need preseason too, right? Go through the motions of the switchboards and everything like that. And it doesn't even have to be full red. We can go with a light pink or like a lighter hue of red. Okay. I don't even, just give me something to where we can watch all of these games at once. And because there are some good ones, like the Vikings, obviously. JJ McCarthy's likely getting the start there. I want to see what he's going to do with all of this adversity that he's faced in this, training camp thus far. And the Commanders, I believe, are starting all of their starters and everything. So I don't know. I just feel like there's loaded things for a preseason. I don't buy anything into the preseason. But if you're going to have some storylines going into the preseason, hey, I'll watch.
Oh, I would definitely watch the quad box if we had that for the preseason. Now, I guess correct on the times though. I think we were a little lost. So 11 noon Eastern is Commanders Lions. I guess Ravens, Vikings, Bills, Browns, Falcons, Colts actually 1:00 Eastern. So 1:00 Eastern time. So
staggered.
But
starts.
It's still overlap, right? The Commanders Lions. I don't know why Commanders Lions is at noon and the other ones are at 1. I have no clue. But that is the timing. It is a little odd. But you mentioned the Commanders game. That is the first one up today, and it is kind of intriguing because it sounds like we are going to see starters, but I don't know if we've got confirmation. We can keep an eye on it because the game is going to start here in about an hour and a half, in about 30 minutes. Do we know for sure if Jaden Daniels is going to play? The starters are expected to play. Have we gotten confirmation yet that Jaden Daniels is going to play? That would add more intrigue to the game if that's the case. We know Marcus Mariota suffered a sprained MCL, and so he's out, I believe, for all of preseason. And so I would like to see Jaden Daniels and Stephon Diggs. What does that connection look like today?
As of an hour, at Commanders on Twitter tweeted, Jaden Daniels plays football today. So I'm going to take that for what it's worth. We are going to see. And they also tweeted out 15 players not playing today. And it was a list of that. And Jaden Daniels was not on that list, nor was Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, so he's
Stephon
playing.
Diggs. Yeah, so basically all of the starters are playing. Now, this might be the biggest gamble of all time because Dan Quinn is coming into a year where you and I, we broke down our tiers list of hot seat coaches last week, right? And Dan Quinn was a name that I threw out, that if things go horrifically wrong, he could very easily be paralleled into or be thrusted into the position of losing his job this year. If, God forbid, anything happens to Jaden Daniels, who has been known to get an injury or two in his very short-lived career thus far, I mean, Dan Quinn is playing an uphill battle. If Jaden Daniels has to miss any extended amount of time based off of a preseason injury, right? I almost feel like you need to keep those dudes in bubble wrap until September, the first week of September, because outside of that, you're playing with fire, the fire that's lighting up your hot seat right now.
Yeah, I go case by case on this. I'm not definitively across the board. Don't play your starting quarterbacks in preseason. I think every case is different. You've got some veteran coaches that believe in playing all their starters. like even here in Kansas City where I'm based, normally Andy Reid would be playing Patrick Mahomes tomorrow.
Sure.
He's not playing because he's still a quarterback coming off of an ACL and LCL injury. Jaden Daniels, of course, is coming off an injury. I think the difference is Daniels is still only in year 3 as a quarterback, period, in the NFL. And yes, he had injury, but you want him with a brand new offensive coordinator, with a new number 1/number 2 wide receiver to go with Terry McLaurin. You now have Stephon Diggs. I think there's a case. Now, I will agree with you that it doesn't need to be more than a series. Get Jaden Daniels one series. Hopefully they march down the field and score, pull him out of the game kind of thing if he looks great. Now, if he goes 3 and out and only has 3 plays and 1 pass, no, I'd bring him back out for a second drive. But I'm kind of looking at a 1 drive, assuming it's more than a 3-play, 3 and out. Give them 1 drive together, and then you move on. I get the injury concern. There's certain cases where I think it's beneficial. There's some where it doesn't. Like Matthew Stafford, to me, doesn't need to play at all in the preseason.
Right.
In a typical year, Patrick Mahomes doesn't need to play at all in the preseason.
Yeah, and keep in mind, like, it's not just one major injury that kept Jaden Daniels out. This is why I'm saying this. Like, it's not just like, oh, he had 1 injury and he missed an extended amount of time. No, this is a guy who had a sprained left knee, had a right hamstring strain, and a dislocated left elbow, which that one still gives me nightmares about. And if you watch the quarterback documentary on Netflix, they don't mince any angles there. They literally show you every angle of that bone, that sprained bone, when it just landed awkwardly. It is not for the faint of heart. So, take heed when watching that. But yeah, so that's why I'm just like, I feel like you do have to just be delicate, and almost like kind of like what's going on in Kansas City with Patrick Mahomes, right? Like you need to be careful, because that is essentially your livelihood. In my opinion, Jaden Daniels is the difference between that team being a playoff team and missing out on the playoffs altogether.
Oh, sure. Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely. I don't disagree with that at all. You got to be cautious. It's always this weird balance of how you proceed moving forward. I will say, unfortunately for him, Austin, that offensive line is not getting any better either way, right? I mean, you lost you lost your starting left tackle, and maybe they'll attack the waiver wire and try to get some more help. But that's the problem, is that offensive line is going to be an issue all year. I think they might have a bottom 2, maybe the worst offensive line in football this season.
Yeah, no, you're right. Laramie Tunsil dropping does not help the entire case of Washington. And man, like it makes me wonder if they've got one of those electronic substations outside of their practice field too, because it just feels like every year they just deal with it, and it's unfair to a guy like Dan Quinn, who I do feel like is a respectable head coach, but you cannot there's sometimes you just can't do anything about your guys not staying healthy. And for a team that has had a history, especially coming off last year, wheeling out all your starters for a preseason game, and I agree with you. I think it should only be a drive, maybe 2 tops, and then get those guys the hell out of Dodge. Or excuse me, I guess the hell out of Ford, because it's in Detroit. Like you need to like seriously like treat them with kid gloves until the lights turn on for real in the regular season.
Ravens at the Vikings also at the same time, 1:00 Eastern, or I guess an hour later, 1:00 Eastern for this one. It looks like J.J. McCarthy is going to start this game. We all know he's the backup behind Kyler Murray. There are a couple players I'm intrigued by. One, I am interested just to see what J.J. McCarthy looks like, to see if there was any bit of improvement during camp from what we saw him last there in Minnesota. But also on the flip side, one of the receivers, and there's actually been quite a few young receivers throughout camp across the NFL that have been getting a ton of pub. One of them is there in Baltimore in Lane, and he's somebody that could end up emerging as a name throughout the entire season. I want to see what he looks like today for Baltimore. We all know they desperately could use some additional wide receiver help. It's always been a weaker wide receiver unit in the NFL. We know about Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman in the past, although Bateman was in the news this week as well. Maybe we can get to that later to see if he's potentially going to deal with anything by the NFL, depending on how this off-the-field issue ends up getting resolved or not. But Jacoby Lane is somebody that right now, especially for those that play fantasy football, he's probably a name you've heard pop up. He's kind of a sneaky pick, and a lot of people are really excited about him. So I want to watch him play today later on against the Vikings.
Yeah, there's been a lot of buzz about him out of camp, just making highlight reel catches, and it would help Lamar to get another weapon, because again, the Ravens are one of those teams where, I mean, they're literally a missed kick from being a playoff team last year and winning the division. Like, that's one missed kick, and they are division champs. They have an entirely different schedule this year with the first place schedule rather than a second place schedule. But you change out your entire coaching regime, and again, I've always been a firm believer of, like, just because it happened last year with a different coaching staff, when you change out that coaching staff, it's not a guarantee that you're going to be as good as you were last year. You could be better, but there's a lot of times, and fans tend to forget about this, you could be worse, right? Like, you could be. I know it's nothing that Ravens fans want to even think about, but you never know when you change out your entire coaching staff. So I'm really interested to see what I don't, on paper, they look hella good. Like, they look like they should win. They've run away with that division, but they looked like that last year as well too. So I'm really curious to watch them over the course of this season. And then, yeah, on the other side of the ball, JJ McCarthy, I want to see how he performs today, because, I feel like he feels hurt. Being in the situation he is. It reminds me a lot of Will Levis, where Will Levis was, he came out earlier this camp saying I don't think there's 32 quarterbacks better than me. And then, he gets into his first scrimmage right after that and produces the internet another meme. So I'm wondering how JJ McCarthy responds to that, right? Like, because he's kind of going through the same thing Will Levis is going through, but can he go play memeless football, I guess?
Yeah, also the Falcons at the Colts, by the way, a little bit later on today at 1:00 Eastern. All right, up next, though, let's get to the list. An item, a person that we are adding to the list today. We'll run through how last week's went as well, right here on BetMGM Game Day.
BetMGM Game Day.
BetMGM players will receive an MLB Odds Boost token and an MLB Parlay Boost token. All you have to do to use it is use that token, add the MLB bets to your bet slip, and activate the respective token. And if you win your wager that was made with either token, you will receive extra winnings and unrestricted bonus dollars over at BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Just getting going here on a Saturday. We'll keep an eye on preseason throughout the day. We're 15 minutes away from the first game of the day starting up. Commanders will be in action as we were just talking about them. And then we will keep an eye on some of the other games that will kick off, 3 other ones at 1 o'clock Eastern time. It is that time of the show, though, where we get to our list. We add items each and every week, sometimes people to the list as well, sports or non-sports, things that have been bugging us. And as always, some past examples of those include FIFA catering the semifinals time to European time, maybe people taking their shoes off on a plane. I think you added Tom Brady once to this list. We also have the phrase giving 110%. That's Austin's favorite. Super Bowl commercial teasers, and our friend Vanessa from a bar in Pittsburgh. So what direction are we headed in today? I think you and I are both on the same page, man, with what happened yesterday around the NCAA.
Yeah, no, I am honestly, I think that's the only thing I could add to the list this week. And I believe, you and I both are in lockstep on this, right?
Yeah, absolutely, because this has gotten so ridiculous with eligibility in college sports, but also add in the fact that yesterday in particular, there were 2 court rulings that essentially contradicted each other. Like one was at the federal level, acknowledging that there was a stay put on basically the 5-on-5-year eligibility that the NCAA wants. Then there was a lower court ruling, a state court ruling that was going ahead and saying, hey, you're actually good to move forward with being eligible from the class of 2022. So you had basically the acknowledgement that right now, Austin, if you go and find a local court, a local judge, you can probably get that eligibility that you're seeking. But at the top level, it's not allowed. And this is why the NCAA is a complete mess. They've created this problem, but it's an absolute joke. And it got even worse this week because we've got NFL players, guys that are in camp, battling for spots on active rosters, saying, hey, please cut me now. Please cut me now so I can go back to college and make NIL money because I'm eligible again for college football. You know how insane that is? If I would have told you 10 years ago there would be players in an NFL camp begging to get cut before cutdown day, you would have thought I was crazy. But that's happening in the NFL right now.
Yeah, no, it is. And it's, you know how at certain intersections, you'll see those no U-turn signs posted, like, you'll be at, it'll be right next to the stoplight. You'll just see no U-turn. Well, and I know stealing signs is a popular pastime in college. So what I need someone to do is I need someone to steal one of those no U-turn signs and hang it outside the NCAA offices, because these absolute losers, and I'm fine calling them losers, who declare for the NFL, sign with a team, go to training camp, and in some cases play in NFL preseason games and record NFL preseason stats like a sack. In some cases, then they say, you know what? I think I'm going to go back to college. Dude, you're officially like the college freshman who hangs around his high school football field in his Letterman jacket. Like, do you realize the Van Wilder that you are putting off? You remember those old NCAA commercials that claimed most of our athletes go pro in something other than sports? Buddy, this should be you. Because if you're not good enough for the NFL after your 4th year of college, guess what? A 5th year is probably not going to make you much better. It's like taking off your shirt to jump into the pool. But before you do, you dip your little pinky toe into the water. And then you feel like, oh, it's a bit too cold. And then you go scampering back to your lounge chair. Look, I loved college more than Asher Roth. All right. I was there like 5.5 years. All right. Like most people who are there that long leave as lawyers or doctors. And here I am ranting about early 20-year-olds on the radio, okay? I very clearly did not become one of those things. But I understand the affinity for wanting to stay in college. College is the absolute best. It's so much fun. If I could, I would grab every college kid by the cheeks, Billy Madison style, and tell them all, stay here as long as you can. Cherish it. You know, with the little fat on their cheeks jiggling, right? But after you leave, sorry, bud, you removed that Band-Aid. I mean, like, what's your resume going to look like? Yeah, so, I mean, like, college football at the point where it's at right now is already about enough. Like, yeah, I played at USC, then I transferred to LSU, then I transferred to Penn State, then I got drafted by the Raiders and played preseason with them. Then I went back to Arizona State. It's like, dude, there's no going back, nor should there be. And if there is, you should have to stay in a dorm with freshmen. That's what the punishment should be. The NCAA should be like, yeah, you know what? We'll allow it, but you have to go back and you have to bring your shower caddy back to school and sleep in the dorms with the freshmen. It's like moving out of your house and then trying to return after your parents already converted your room into a workout room. Okay? Look, you don't want to be the Billy Madison, the Van Wilder. It's a terrible, terrible look. When you go pro, if you're not going to make it as a pro, go pro in something other than sports, like the NCAA commercials advise you to. So the people that literally go back to college after their stint in the NFL, they're added to the list.
I did not think we'd get an Asher Roth reference on the show today, but I love it. I absolutely love it. I will say this, though. I agree with you that you shouldn't be able to go back. But I don't fault the players that are going back, right? This is not their fault. They are doing technically what is allowed. Like, I hear you. It is absurd that this is even being allowed, but I also understand if you were in their shoes back in your days, or you obviously played college football a little bit, and somebody told you that after the fact, if you were fortunate enough to be in an NFL camp and you got to the point where you knew you probably weren't going to make the roster, but you could go back to college and, let's say, for the sake of the conversation, make $50,000 on top of it and go play one more year in college. Of course you would have done it, Austin. Of course you would have done it. So I don't fault the players. The issue is the NCAA for so many years, for decades, pushed back against anything for student athletes. So they allowed this door to be opened up now, and they're trying to fix it, and the toothpaste is already out of the tube. And you got a circuit court yesterday granting the NCAA its motion to stop this blanket waiver for 2022. But then you got players that can go to all these lower courts and get granted. It's not the player's fault. As ridiculous it is for the guy to go back, it's not their fault.
No, I agree with you. It is the NCAA's fault, like at the base level of this whole thing. But the NCAA has a Mount Everest of problems that they're already having to deal with. All right, like they've got so many issues that I think it is loserish behavior to go to the NFL and then come back to school. It's like, yeah, it is allowed. Like when you go to those like certain bars where they give you those plastic cups, right, with their logo on it, like you are allowed to take it home with you, but it's just a bad look because it just tells others that you do not have silverware or cupware at home for you to drink out of. So it's just, I mean, like, yeah, you can take the cup home with you, but it's a bad look. And that's what annoys me about the players that are taking advantage of this dumb system that the NCAA has in place. So I do think it's a little more twofold. Yes, more of the blame is with the NCAA, but these NFL losers that are going back to school after going to the NFL, they should be ridiculed in the streets for it. I think it's the dumbest thing ever, and I think they look like absolute children.
Oh, it's dumb. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely dumb. If you told me that I knew I was about to be selling insurance instead of playing football, or I could go back to college football for another year and also makes $50,000 or $100,000. I mean, come on now. I don't fault any of them. People don't want to go ahead.
I was just say, like a good neighbor, don't go back to college, right? just go ahead and start that State Farm career today.
That is the list here on BetMGM Game Day. Up next, though, let's get into some of the other NFL headlines, including an injury with a rookie that unfortunately we all saw coming. What does it mean for that team's winning odds for this year and that division? We'll do that next here on Westwood One Sports. Noon hour here on BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Coming up in 20 minutes, we will head down to Atlanta to check in on the Falcons. They, of course, have an interesting quarterback situation this year, some of it due to injury. Otherwise, it's not only a brand new head coach, it's Kevin Stefanski, but Tua is there. He's a little banged up. Michael Penix is, of course, recovering from an injury. So we'll check in with Andy Bunker from 92.9 The Game in Atlanta about how their offseason has gone, and we'll preview a little bit of their preseason game. They, of course, are taking on the Colts today as we are about an hour away from a couple more preseason games getting going. We are minutes away from the first preseason game of the day starting up with the Commanders in action here in a few minutes. But don't forget, you guys can interact with us over on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. That's how you can enter the chat. You can watch the video stream. Our producers keep an eye on that. If you have some thoughts on anything we're talking about today, certainly on the NFL front, as we're heavy on the NFL today, we always appreciate the interaction there. You can also follow Austin on Instagram at Austin Huff, myself at Alex KC Gold. All right, let's get into some of the other headlines. Thinking of that division, we mentioned the Falcons here in 20 minutes, but that same division, the NFC South, the New Orleans Saints. A lot of people seem to be kind of high on the Saints, although they're starting to get a little banged up here, Austin. You know, that you got their running back in Kamara is a little hurt right now. And then you got Jordan Tyson, the very talented rookie wide receiver. And we talked about him in the draft process, and the number one thing that always came up for him was not the talent, it was his health and his long injury track record. And unfortunately, here we are. Jordan Tyson could miss the next 2 months with a right hamstring injury, according to Ian Rappaport. Hopefully it's on the shorter end of that, but he got hurt during their joint practice with the Jags. And for those that aren't aware of the long injury history, he missed the end of the 2025 season back at Arizona State with a left hamstring injury. He did not do any of the workouts at the combine. He did interviews, but he didn't do the workouts. And then he had a pro day at ASU that he did not do in March. He would then, closer to the draft, do a separate type of workout for teams that apparently looked good and gave some teams some more confidence. But it was never about talent for Jordan Tyson, man. It's always the injury history. And I'm not going to write the dude's career off right now. That'd be silly. However, man, I don't like this. I'd be very nervous if I was a Saints fan.
Yeah, I don't understand why teams don't take medical histories more serious. I think everyone's trying to find a diamond in the rough, right? And everyone's trying to, when other teams zig, everyone always tries to zag, right? And I think teams are trying to find the Trey Smiths of the world, who has been a great pro, right? But coming out of college, he slipped to the 6th round because of blood clots. Out of Tennessee, and then even Rob Gronkowski, right? Hall of Fame tight end. But coming out of college, he was coming off of major back surgery, so people were scared to touch him, so he fell in the draft. I feel like NFL GMs are like, well, we can fix him. It's kind of like the dating world, right? Like you've got this like bad boy, right? This bad boy, and every girl's like, oh, I could fix him. I can fix him. But then you start dating him and you realize, oh no, he's a bad boy too. That's most of the case. Very rarely do you ever see that person getting fixed. I think back to just a couple of years ago in Tennessee. Tennessee drafted a guy who probably would have gone top 10 the year before. He would have been a top 10 draft pick, but he stayed in college and had a really bad injury to his back. Caleb Farley. He was a top cornerback in the league out of Virginia Tech. The Titans took a flyer on him, even despite the injuries. He had to, miss most of camp, but then, came back and was never fully right. He just couldn't get right. And it was a shame because he was such a good dude and such a talented player, but he just could not get right, could not stay on the field. And the best ability of any player in the NFL is availability. It doesn't matter how fast your 40 time is if you can't get on the field to run 40 yards. So I don't think, like you said, we're not writing Jordan Tyson off, but the handwriting was kind of on the wall before him getting drafted. And I just don't understand why NFL teams don't take those red flags a bit more seriously.
Yeah, I would love to know how many teams, I don't think he was off teams' draft board, but how many teams today were not taking him, in the top 10 picks if he happens to be
Right.
there, much later. I would love to know how many teams, because of the medicals, actually viewed it that way. Here we are, we're talking about missing 2 months. And as you know, man, like you missed 2 months. Okay, let's say he's back. Let's call it October 1, and that's probably very optimistic, by the way. Probably more like middle of October at least, if not later. Then you still have to ramp back up. You still miss the timing with your quarterback. There's just it almost becomes a bit of a lost year if you're looking at this for Jordan Tyson. And this is a Saints team that, because of the division they're in, absolutely has a chance to win it. They're not my pick to win the division, and now with the Jordan Tyson injury, even more concern I would have taking the New Orleans Saints. But this was a division that's right there for them. A lot of people are down on the Bucs, like myself, although Vita Vea did sign that extension this week, so he's going to stay. He's not going to get traded, which is big. And they're in a preseason game tonight against the Chiefs. But we can talk about Vita Vea here in a bit if you want to. And then we got the Falcons. We're going to have our guest on here in 20 minutes to talk about the Falcons. The Saints could have been a team, and maybe still can. You look at the receiver room. Chris Olave, concussion history, struggles to stay healthy. I think he's a hell of a receiver, but he also struggles to stay healthy. We got Jordan Tyson, who would have been the number 2 receiver, out for 2 months. I believe they got the former Bronco now, was it Devon Vele or whatever, or Vile? That is essentially their number 2 wide receiver entering the season because of this. And then I mentioned Kamara is hurt with an MCL injury. He hopefully will be back closer to the start of the season. So they're just really banged up. I don't like the vibes right now in New Orleans with some of their key playmakers that they were going to count on.
And Michael Thomas, right? Let's just go ahead and add him to the IR, right? Like, let's just go ahead and put him on there because we know it's going to happen eventually. Death, taxes, and Michael Thomas being missing time for an injury is just about how they're as New Orleans as beignets, right? Like it just goes with the territory. It's a shame because I was really excited to watch this Saints team, especially with Tyler Shuck and paired with Kellen Moore. I feel like the two of them will be really good, and I think Kellen Moore is going to be a good coach in the league. But when you don't have the weapons there that you're expected to have, it's gonna be challenging. It's gonna be an uphill battle. And I saw a video literally before their last preseason game of Tyler Shuck hyping up his team. Right, he wasn't even playing in the game, wasn't even dressed out, just wearing his jersey and like shorts. And my man, it gave flashes of Drew Brees. You remember when Drew Brees used to go in the middle of the huddle and used to hype up the whole team and just get in their faces and stuff? I was like, oh, hell yeah. I would be here because Tyler Shuck was amazing last year. He was really good.
No, he played very well
on a bad Saints team. Like, he made them competitive. And I'm excited now, like, to see more of him. And if you could get a resurgence, like Drew Brees 2.0 down in New Orleans, I'd be excited for Saints football. The problem is the rest of the team isn't fully healthy. So get healthy. Jordan Tyson, especially more than anyone, man. Like, I want to see that dude. I want to see that dude fly on a football field. But I feel like, just given his college history and now the early start to his pro history, it's not looking favorably.
Let's take a look at some of the odds around the Saints, though, over at BetMGM Sportsbook. You take a look, over/under win total for the Saints is 7.5. We can get to the divisional odds in a second. 7.5 wins. You mentioned how good Shuck looked definitely down the stretch of the season. The question is, how many games is it actually going to be missed for Jordan Tyson when this thing is over? And then let's look at their schedule. Can they get to 8 wins? Is what you're looking at here, obviously, if you're taking the over, otherwise the under. They open up the season on the road at Detroit, and I'm a little skeptical about Detroit, but the Lions are favorites in that game, and understandably so. Then the Saints go to Baltimore to take on the Ravens, who are one of the favorites in the AFC this year. So 2 road games, Lions and Ravens. Those are 2 tough games to win anyway, but without Jordan Tyson, and maybe we'll see about their running back's health. Then they come back home, and they have their home opener against the Raiders. Okay, that's a very winnable game. The Saints, will call it a toss-up game. The Saints of the Falcons will call it a toss-up game. Then they host the Vikings, go to New York to take on the Giants, host the Steelers. They got the Browns, the Panthers. That's the first half of their schedule. What do you make of the over-under 7.5? Because I find it hard to believe, even if Jordan Tyson was playing, the Saints were were going to do any better than 1-1, and now I'm thinking they're starting 0-2.
Well, and in that division too, you get to 8 wins, and that's like an automatic playoff berth, right? Like that's you're winning the division, right? Like so, I don't know, man. Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle. It's a brutal start to this schedule, and then and really, like, the back half of the schedule is pretty brutal as well. And you brought up the Bucks earlier. I feel like the Bucks. I've always been high on the Bucks. I know you weren't when things with the Via Vea stuff in tow. But with Baker Mayfield playing with a chip on his shoulder and essentially a contract year because they couldn't get an extension done. I think that they're going to be the favorite in the South. But I do think the Saints, the Saints are just one of those teams where I just feel like we could predict, we could go like all Doctor Strange and have all, 14 trillion different outcomes, mocked up in our head, right? Oh, how many do we win? Just one. I think the Saints are that one, right? Like, I think the Saints are that one team that could like always go against, like, no matter what you're predicted against, just with it. And again, that their health is a big part of that. If they can shake up things in that division and win games, like they go to Chicago in November. I think like one of those games where the Saints could steal. Or they that the Ravens game week 2 that you brought up. I feel like that's one of those games that they could steal, but they need to be healthy. And if they're not, then I think I would not take the over on that. What did you say? It was 7.5?
7.5 are the odds over at BetMGM for their win total. And then in the division, the Saints have the second best odds right now. So the Bucks are the favorites. You're right. They absolutely are 2-1. The Saints are plus 260, the Falcons plus 290, and the Panthers plus 330. We did our divisional previews. I kind of like the Falcons to come out of this division. I understand there's questions around quarterback. I tend to think Tua will start week 1 and will end up actually starting the full season. I know I'm in the minority there. We'll ask our guest about it. I think Tua with Kevin Stefanski can be very, very serviceable in that system. There's a lot of talent on that Falcons team. So they're kind of my favorite bet to make for the division. It wouldn't be the Saints. Carolina has the worst odds. I understand they won the division last year. I'm kind of skeptical, to say the least, about Bryce Young still. I have a lot of questions about him and overall just what that offense is going to look like.
Funniest tweet I saw of the week came out of the Falcons joint practice with the Colts this week. Tua Tagovailoa was running around in the backfield, and someone tweeted that he's playing quarterback, running around looking like Brucey from The Longest Yard. And it was, that caption paired with the video that was attached, it did look a lot like little Brucey from Longest Yard running around back there, and it gave me a good chuckle. I'm bringing that up now strategically before we get to our guest from Atlanta, because I don't want to kick them while they're down, but
Austin, honestly, I think Stefanski, man, we look at the quarterbacks he had in Cleveland, and he won more games than he probably should have in Cleveland, as bad as it was at times.
Yeah.
Tua's a huge upgrade over a quarterback he's the best quarterback. This isn't saying much, but the best quarterback that Stefanski's had since he had Baker Mayfield, right? And I believe there was a crossover, right? Or if I have my timeline right on their careers. So that is a big step up for him, and there's just too much talent on Atlanta for Tua not to look good.
No, you're right. And I do think Tua will be Tua kind of gives me vibes of Ryan Tannehill, right? Where when he was in Miami, wasn't great, right? It just was not. And everyone made their minds up on Ryan Tannehill in Miami. Everyone has made their minds up on Tua Tagovailoa in Miami. But I think going to a new team will kind of breathe new life into them. And you're right. You made a great point about Stefanski. Like that is a dude who can work some magic with quarterbacks. Baker wasn't the same after he left Cleveland, right? And Stefanski, like, he did the best with what he could the rest of his time in Cleveland. Like, he should not, you're right, he should not have won as many games as he did in Cleveland. So I am excited to see them paired up together. And I do think there is, like, keep in mind, Tua is a guy that came in and won a national championship game for Jalen Hurts back in the day. Like, the talent is there. Like, we know it. It's just, he's just got to find it again. And Baker Mayfield's a great example of a guy who kind of went through the ringer, sucked for a while in New England. It wasn't until he got paired up with Sean McVay, another good quarterback coach in Los Angeles, to where he found it again. And now here he is. He's won, the NFC South 2 out of the 3 years in Tampa that he's been there. So, I think it's I feel stronger about Tua than the internet does. I'll say that, which is not saying much.
We're going to go out to that division in just a second and we'll talk with Andy Bunker from 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. I do want to update just on the preseason game that is in action right now. It is 3 minutes in, and we've got the Commanders up 7-0 on the Detroit Lions. It looks like the lone score was Joshua Dobbs was sacked and a fumble recovery for a touchdown. That's how the Commanders have a 7-0 lead. Jared Goff not playing in this football game. It's Joshua Dobbs getting the start, it looks like. I think that was expected going in. But early going, 7-0 Commanders on Detroit. We've got some more preseason games starting up in 45 minutes. But up next, let's go to Atlanta, talk more about the Falcons, talk more about this NFC South. We'll check in with Andy Bunker from 92.9 The Game here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, only on
This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on BetMGM Game Day. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll get to some of the sounds of the week, including a player that is not nearly young enough, Austin, to not understand who a particular band is. And it was very odd to me, and it happened right here in my neck of the
Oh
woods
my gosh.
as well. How about that?
I've got takes on that. I've got takes on that for sure.
I bet you do. I bet you do. I can't wait till we get to that. But I do want to head out to the phones, though, and continue talking about a team we were just referencing in the first segment, along with the New Orleans Saints, the Atlanta Falcons. That NFC South, really fascinating yet again. Who could end up coming out on top? We got a quarterback situation to discuss. Let's go out there and head to Atlanta and welcome in Andy Bunker. He's the co-host of Andy and Randy on 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. And Atlanta is an interesting team, Andy, because I look at that roster, and I feel like this is a great spot for Tua if, in fact, he actually is the starting quarterback. Where are we at with the quarterback competition and, I guess, more importantly, the health right now with the Falcons?
We're sort of still waiting for the competition to start. Michael Penix hasn't been fully cleared yet for 11 on 11, and until he is, he can't do all the stuff that Tua Tagovailoa has been doing. So, I mean, you would think that this far into training camp and with the preseason game under his belt, Tua Tagovailoa would be kind of the presumptive favorite, but he hasn't played well. He didn't play well in the preseason game. He, by all accounts, didn't do particularly well in certainly the first of two this week. I guess Thursday was a little bit better, but guy with the amount of in the competition, the guy who hasn't been fully cleared yet, you would think that he would have been able to sort of put a hold on it, but he hasn't, and I think that's a little bit concerning.
Now, in terms of the running back there in Atlanta, Bijan Robinson, he obviously gets paid and well deserved too, because he has been playing at an elite level at a position that has kind of long been forgotten. Is there any worry there, though? The dread of after a player gets paid, they maybe fall off a bit, especially at a position like running back where, the mileage tends to be a lot less in the tank when you get the wear and tear at that position.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that there's any worry that he's going to fall off this year because of the paycheck. I think the worry is that kind of once you get into the meat of that contract, the mileage may be accumulating. I mean, he's only going into his third year this year, so he probably will still be all right. But the problem is the team around him just hadn't been good enough yet. So, I don't know if they're going to be this year. They could be decent. They could be not, but it seems possible that another year of not making the playoffs. And then you're going into year 5 and you haven't been in the playoffs yet. So I don't think that there's any concern about his production there. It's a matter of what it's actually do.
What have you noticed from Kevin Stefanski? We all know he comes over from Cleveland and was dealt with a terrible quarterback situation for much of his coaching tenure there. Is there anything that you can sense already that is just drastically different and that could actually impact things there in Atlanta with this team?
A different personality, a different style than different. Art Smith, who was there before him. Not that the guys were had a lot of nonsense. He's no nonsense. I mean, he's on. There's not a lot of make.
All right, let's go ahead and try to get a better connection there from guys. Let's try to get a better connection. Unfortunately, I want to talk more with Andy Bunker from 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. He's joining us here on BetMGM Game Day, but just cutting out a little bit there. Tried to make sure we can get him. With maybe
I think he's calling
connection.
Let us. He's probably calling from Stone Mountain or something. We need to get him within a cell phone tower, right? Like, need to get him.
Yeah, we'll try
somewhere
to
better
reconnect.
vicinity in Atlanta.
Yeah, I definitely want to hear his thoughts though on Kevin Stefanski and obviously the chances there of them getting back to the postseason. And that's interesting what he said though, Austin, already about the quarterback competition. He says it really hasn't started because neither guy's been fully healthy, but also Michael Penix definitely hasn't been healthy. And then that Tua hasn't looked all that sharp. So that's interesting. The season is what are we, 24 days or so, roughly days away from the NFL season starting up.
Yeah, right. And you got people tweeting that Tua's running around in the backfield looking like Brucey from Longest Yard, which is never a good thing for anyone to ever say about your quarterback. So, it's an interesting thing because, I'm not to go all cliche, but I feel like the quarterback breaks that team because that team that's a loaded roster with Bijan Robinson, Kyle Pitts, Zachariah Branch, who I want to ask Andy about when we get him back on about literally there's just so much talent there. And if you just cannot figure it out at the most important position, it kind of all goes to waste.
Yeah, and they brought, they got Kyle Pitts back. I know on a new deal as well. He was somebody that people were discussing him potentially being, a free agent here very soon. And would they continue to go down that road? We've seen when Kyle Pitts is healthy and is invested in that team, he looks like the guy that they drafted. But overall, it has not been the exact expectation of somebody that you spent a top 5, top 10 pick on in the NFL draft. It feels like yesterday, but it's been, I guess, now probably 4 years.
Yeah. What do you think the actual odds of the Falcons making a run for that division are? Because as of right now, I put at least 2 teams ahead of them, and maybe even the third with the Panthers. But I think the Bucks and Saints right now are in a better spot than the Falcons.
Well, odds wise, at our friends over at BetMGM, there are 2 teams, right, that are getting better odds than them. That's for sure. The Bucks are 2-1, and the Saints, we were just talking about them, they're plus 260. Then the Falcons are plus 290. I'm just not sold on New Orleans offensively with some of the injuries and the injury history that they have. But I hear you. I think the Falcons going to the season, if Tua to me is healthy, I understand he maybe hasn't looked sharp so far in camp. I just feel like unless you want to give Mike McDaniel all the credit, and people do down in Miami, even though he's no longer there, I feel like there's too much talent. Drake London, Kyle Pitts, you brought up Bijan Robinson. There's too much there where they're not, to me, they shouldn't be asking, nor will they need to ask Tua to do so much. I think he can kind of just settle in and be comfortable. I expect that to get a little bit better as we get closer to the season. My expectation is that Tua is starting week 1. It looks like we're unfortunately probably not going to be able to reconnect with our guest there. I believe, as you were saying, I think he is in the mountains actually.
That was the
issue with our connection. Although as they say that, all right, our producer tells me we do have him back. So let's go back out to the phones and welcome Andy Bunker again from 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. So are we interrupting you up in the mountains, man? I understand we're interrupting your vacation or something, huh?
No, it's not a vacation. We just we headed to Western North Carolina. My wife's family lives up here, and they kind of live at the end of a road in the mountains. And I realized that my cell phone was going to have terrible service. So I'm trying to use my mother-in-law's because she has better service up here. But
there we go.
Terrible. So doing my best.
We were asking you about
appreciate it.
Kevin Stefanski, and then we had the connection unfortunately drop out there. I think you were mentioning just the energy level maybe, and just his whole personality is a little bit different than Raheem Morris.
Yeah, there's been multiple feels doing a little bit more work here. Obviously the biggest difference is that the starters played. Didn't happen under Raheem Morris. It's something that didn't happen under Arthur Smith. So getting a chance to actually see those guys get out there last Friday was good, although they didn't play very much. They played a little bit. So they're tackling it more in training camp, so there's a bit more different energy, a little bit of a different vibe, and certainly his personality
All right. Unfortunately, I think we're going to
I
have
mean, we'll see if
to
it goes up
cut
as a
out
difference.
there. We'll try to get Andy on the show in the future. I do want to talk to Andy. We'll get him on
Yeah.
another week, and certainly during the season. I think this is going to be a divisional race that's tight. So my guess is we'll end up checking in with Andy Bunker down at 92.9 The Game.
I blame his mother-in-law. Blame his mother-in-law. She's in Western North Carolina, as he told us. She's probably a Panthers fan. Doesn't want our son-in-law going on the radio talking well about the Falcons. It's her fault. So Andy, you're off the hook, man. We got you. But it was interesting because it's kind of like a game, right? You know, it felt like a puzzle on like National Treasure or something, right? Like where he's like, well, honestly, I think that Kevin Stefanski in the up with Arthur Smith to the water in the ocean makes it under the I perfected the drive-through voice. The drive-through
You have. That was
voice, essentially.
I was wondering. I was actually gonna turn my mic off and let you just do the rest of the show like that. And I'm sure the ratings will be phenomenal if we did that.
Yeah, right. I wonder how many people were like, "What's going on with my radio? This is supposed to be satellite radio, right? You know, or like this is terrestrial FM radio. Why are these guys coming in so poorly?"
Let me ask you this, though, about the Falcons. We've talked a ton about Tua and Michael Penix. Do you actually think, unlike, in Cleveland, we both agree that we're going to see Deshaun and Shador for sure this season? Like, it'd be pretty stunning if Deshaun wins the job and starts all year. In Atlanta, if I tell you it is Tua week 1, do you think he starts all year? And if not, how many games do you think he starts? Because I think there is a scenario. If Tua stays healthy, we all know that's the big question. That I think he'll perform well enough where he could start all year. I know there's people in Atlanta, and I don't know, next time we talk to Andy, we'll see, that probably assume Michael Penix will start. I get the sense whoever wins the job out of Atlanta will start all year if they're healthy.
The Falcons just have a tough schedule. They've got all of the NFC North. Your Chiefs come to town in November. And their division, albeit, is the butt of a lot of jokes, is still a very competitive division, right? Like they beat each other up in that, it's almost like the SEC of divisions, right? Like it's like, oh, we don't win national championships, but that's because we have to go through the gauntlet in our schedule. But like in real talk, like the Falcons do have a brutal road. So I'd be hard-pressed to think a guy who is as injury-prone as Tua can stay healthy the whole time, which is good news for Falcons that they do have a guy like Michael Penix behind him if he can get healthy. But it's I don't know. I feel like it's the Falcons. It's one of those cases where when you have a good backup quarterback, like I believe that the Falcons do with Michael Penix, that makes the pressure, or I guess it gives you like the safety net, right? It gives you the parachute, and I'm like afraid that like teams go to that parachute a little too soon when you've got a good backup quarterback instead of trying to figure things out with the main guy, and then it does a disservice for that main guy down the road if and when you ever go back to him. So I don't envy. It's literally the saying of if you have two quarterbacks, you don't have one. Well, the Falcons have two quarterbacks, so I'll be interested to see if Stefanski can kind of rework some magic out of Tua this year, and so you don't even have to worry about it. But I mean, just given the guy's track record, like you can't expect him to be there all 16 games, right? 17 games.
Yeah, both these quarterbacks, unfortunately, both of them have had an injury history in their careers too. So
right.
I mean, that again, Michael Penix hasn't been healthy enough to even do the basics that he needs to do to be firmly in this quarterback competition. It sounds like down in Atlanta. All right.
Who was my guy? Oh, Jack Strand. Remember Jack Strand? I brought him up on the show a couple weeks ago. The 6'5", 240-pound quarterback out of Minnesota Moorhead College. He's number 18. He doesn't even have a profile picture on ESPN.com.
Is this your guy from the Spring Football League?
No. Yeah, it's my guy who will probably end up in the spring football league.
Okay.
But yeah, he went undrafted this year, and he's the fourth quarterback on the Falcons quarterback depth chart. And he doesn't have a photo on Wikipedia. Let me check his NFL.com profile. Let me see if he's got. Does he have a profile? He does have a profile picture on the Falcons actual website. So Minnesota State,
I would hope.
Moorhead College. Jack Strand. So keep an eye out for him. The injury concerns at that position in Atlanta. It's not a far cry from us seeing Jack Strand start a game or two for the Falcons.
All right, up next here on BetMGM Game Day, let's get to some of the sounds of the week, including one player that didn't know a popular band existed. That's next. BetMGM players will receive a golf odds boost token to use the token, add any golf wager to your bet slip, and activate the token. And if you win your bet that was made with the odds boost token, you will receive extra winnings and unrestricted bonus dollars only at BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you on this Saturday. Keeping an eye on some preseason football. We've got another 3 games starting up in 15 minutes. We got one game already going on through the first quarter. The Commanders and Lions knotted up at 7 apiece. The latest score was a 50-yard rush from quarterback Joshua Dobbs of the Lions to tie the game up, part of the 7-play, 90-yard drive. Again, no Jared Goff in today's game, but it is 7-7 in that one. All right, man, let's get to some of the sounds of the week, and we start with Joe Burrow in Cincinnati, seemingly manifesting a Super Bowl title.
Are you comfortable doing that June, July, and August right now?
I'm trying to put it out into the world. I'm trying to manifest it. I'm trying to show our guys the urgency that I have and that I want us to have as an organization to go and make it happen. You can keep pushing it down the road, or you can talk about it now and say this is the year. You know, I'm tired of saying next year. This is it. You know, your life is too short to keep pushing things down the road, and I'm trying to instill some urgency and some intensity in everybody to go and be great every day and try to go make it happen.
So look, I like what he had to say, the urgency, but it kind of feels like he knows if it's not happening this year, is it ever happening in Cincinnati? That's the vibe I got, at least. I mean, I think we recognize they've missed the playoffs 3 years in a row. Some of it is his fault, right? He hasn't been healthy. Some of it is that defense has been so bad that front office finally went out this offseason, spent some money, and I think that defense is going to be vastly improved to where when we do our official divisional picks in a few weeks, I'm considering picking Cincinnati to win that division. But it's also, if this thing falls apart this year and they miss the playoffs for a 4th straight year and Joe Burrow is actually somewhat healthy, I think there is a scenario where if you're Burrow, you start to wonder if it can ever happen in Cincinnati. There's a lot of pressure on him and that organization. Otherwise, man, I don't know if we're ever going to be sitting here talking about them going back to a deep playoff run.
Well, we said if the Bengals miss the playoffs, you know, Zach Taylor could be hitting the unemployment line, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I just love that in that clip, Joe Burrow sounds like any TikTok influencer ever. You know, like, I'm speaking this into existence. You know, I'm manifesting a Super Bowl win here. You know, like, yeah, sure. You go ahead and whip up a vision board while you're at it there. You know, like, you know, see if you can get like hang posters in your room of like Super Bowl or bust. You know, better yet, why not tell us what your astrology chart says, right? Like, you're Joe Burrow, you're a Sagittarius. And so what, that the element is fire, and your ruling planet is Jupiter. So what's in the stars for the Bengals this year? You know, speak it into existence and let's manifest our way to a Super Bowl. I just think, like, just look, talking about it is not going to do much. You have to go out and do it. And Joe Burrow can, but I just think it's so funny that he's like, I need to speak this into existence.
Yeah. And look, he has been to a Super Bowl. Josh Allen hasn't. Lamar hasn't. Again, the difference, though, is Joe Burrow has Jamar Chase and T. Higgins.
Yes.
And a pretty decent running back in Chase Brown as well. And he's missed the playoffs for 3 straight years. So this, you know, people like to push back and say, well, he's done more than Josh Allen. Has he? I mean, I don't penalize. This is my biggest issue with the quarterback conversations we have today. When we talk about Burrow, Lamar, and Allen, and we try to comp all 3, I don't penalize Josh Allen for losing in the playoffs more than I do Joe Burrow for missing the playoffs. Like that, I don't live in that world where I'm gonna be more critical of Lamar Jackson for losing in a divisional round game than I am Joe Burrow for missing the playoffs altogether. That makes 0 sense to me.
Yeah, if anything, he should speak into existence health. from suffering severe turf toe and missing time because of surgery, right? That the big red spot isn't coming from your ruling planet of Jupiter, Joe. It's coming from your toe. So get that right, and then you can speak whatever you want into existence.
Cincinnati, I do think is going to be pretty damn good this year, though. Again, we'll give our official picks coming up in a few weeks, but I do like them to win the AFC North as things stand right now. I think that defense just needs to be average, and it might be finally.
Just give it's like top 15 defense, and that will be a really good team in Cincinnati.
All right, let's stay in the AFC and go to Chiefs training camp, which wrapped up in St. Joe earlier this week. I am glad to not make the drive, honestly, back and forth to St. Joe for another year after doing that every day for about 15-plus days. So camp wrapped up, and they had players mic'd up, of course, and this was a pretty funny moment between Travis Kelce and backup quarterback Justin Fields.
You go to a Blink-182 concert, this is rocking. So what kind of Back in the day, you were definitely alive, for sure. You can't say back in the day like that.
Justin Fields, it was hard to hear there, but Justin Fields essentially had no clue. He's a Blink-182 what? He had no idea who Blink-182 was, and Travis is like, "You were alive, dude. You can't call me that old." That was stunning to me. What?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Look, if I could offer one piece of advice to anyone younger than me, which is most people, because what's my age again? If anyone brings up a band to you that you're not familiar with, allow me to introduce to you my favorite saying and life strategy ever, Alex. Fake it till you make it. Or in this instance, fake it until you're feeling it. There's nothing that will lose you more respect in life than not knowing a certain band or artist. If someone older than me brings up a band that I'm not familiar with, I don't reply with The Who, unless, of course, they're bringing up The Who. Trust me, this strategy has gotten me far in life. Just pretend to know who it is, especially a band like Blink-182. I mean, damn it. They have a song in like every Madden game, it feels like. Have you ever been to the rock show? When Justin said what, Travis should have hit him with, I don't know. Music isn't like other forms of pop culture. Movies, there's a million of them, and they all take like 1.5 to 3 hours to consume. Music, that's 1.5 to 3 minutes out of your day. So there's no excuse to not know certain bands or artists. Fake it till you make it. I've never seen the movie Chicago, but I sure as hell know about the 70s rock band Chicago. Shout out Peter Cetera. I've never seen the movie The Godfather, but I can at least tell you about Godsmack, which I know I probably stand alone there, especially if you're a quarterback, because if you're a quarterback, you have to know every position on the field is doing at all times. You have to know all the small things, and you can't even do that with music. I can hear your Madden awareness rating tanking as we speak, Justin. How do you expect your teammates to trust you when you don't know about the only band whose name sounds like a snap cadence? Blink 182, Blink 182. Is that hot? Like when Justin Fields, like, buddy, listen to me. Fake it until you make it. And so far in this league, you have not made it. So at least pretend to know who Blink 182 is.
Yeah. Travis asking what's his age again, I think, is actually what was happening in that in particular circumstance as well. But man, oh man, that was surprising to hear at Chiefs training camp. Justin Fields got to get I guess I don't know if that's a two Americas kind of thing as we joke about sometimes when it comes to culture or what. But that was shocking. How does Justin Fields not know who Blink? I hope on the flight to Tampa, they have a preseason game tonight. I hope on the flight to Tampa that he was listening. Travis got him some Blink-182 to listen to.
Yeah, but you got to think Blink is one of those cross-cultural bands. I mean, we're not far removed from when they went on a nationwide tour as co-headliners with Lil Wayne, right? So, like, I feel like
fair.
And like Travis Barker is now married to one of the Kardashians. So like, I feel like that is a cross-cultural band. Tom DeLonge is obsessed with aliens, right? Like, I feel like they have made, you got to know. And if you grew up playing Madden, how do you not know Blink-182?
Man. That Blink-182, the best was when Madden, had the mini games, basically like the training camp drills, and you would just be doing the rushing attack drill, and Blink-182 would be in the background. It was the best. That was like what's a Madden 03 or whatever. Madden 04, I think, is the time frame we're talking about here.
Faith will tell me time fly away. night when I wanna, and you're just like they're trying to run through the cones and on the Madden practice field. Like I literally just got PTSD from that. Every time I hear that song, I can't think of not playing Madden.
Yeah, man. No, those were the good days. Those were good. As you were singing there, I forgot that you're Mr. Karaoke guy. I saw your clips this week on your local radio show. And by the way, Stella Lefty. That is a banger though. The Boston
dude.
It's a banger. It's a
we're
great
going
song.
we're going to a pop-up show of hers in Chicago on Monday. I'm very excited. She's cute as hell and she can sing like crazy. And she judged my karaoke singing of her this week, which was not great, but she did give me props. So I'll take that to my grave.
All right, coming up next here on Westwood One Sports, let's get to another divisional preview. We head to the AFC South. Could it be the Texans' season again in the South? We'll get to that next. 1 o'clock hour out east here on Westwood One Sports. This is BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Austin Huff hanging out with you. We got preseason football underway. We got 3 games actually about to kick off in a matter of moments. So we'll keep an eye on them. A couple interesting ones because of the quarterback situations. We got the Falcons and Colts kicking off here momentarily. Bills and Browns. Shedeur Sanders is getting his first preseason start of the year today. We already have one game underway. That was the Commanders and Lions game. About 5 minutes until halftime. Commanders and Lions, tied 7 apiece. 4:27 to go till halftime. No Jared Goff in this game, if you were wondering just about the starting quarterbacks in this one. It was Joshua Dobbs, 50-yard touchdown. Also, Jaden Daniels, all his action was today was one pass. It was incomplete. That was it. And he was sacked. It was a quick day for Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
We were wondering how much he was going to play, Austin. He barely played.
Bubble wrap that man up, man. Do you remember the old Jake Gyllenhaal movie Bubble Boy? They need to put
I don't know if I saw
Jaden
that.
Daniels in one of those. Oh yeah.
Okay.
It was literally just a guy who lives in a bubble. His mom was like too scared. He had serious health problems where he could catch a cold like that. And Jaden Daniels needs to be wrapped up in that bubble that Jake Gyllenhaal used on the set of the Bubble Boy.
I just think of the movie Sandlot and the kid that's got all like the extra padding and stuff. That's what Sandlot. I'm sorry, Little Giants. I'm sorry, Little Giants, and the kid that's got all the foam stuff. That's what I think of.
That's honestly what Jaden Daniels should be in, because I feel like a strong wind could topple Jaden Daniels over, and he could be out for half the year.
Yeah, they tried to get him to play for 5 plays, and he said 4 plays is all he wanted, and so that's all he got in that particular game. So anyway, we will talk more NFL, maybe talk about the Commanders in about 20 minutes with our guest, Tyler Sullivan, NFL staff writer at CBS. But, man, let's go to the AFC South. We talked a lot about the NFC South today already with the Falcons and the Saints, but the AFC South, can the Texans get back on top of that division? It was the Jags last year that won the South. We all know that. A great year for Liam Cohen in year number 1. Trevor Lawrence put together his best season as a pro. Although Brian Thomas Jr. did not have a great year, and now suddenly he's out there. People are thinking might be more of the number 3 wide receiver suddenly for that football team. He has fallen back quite a bit. And the odds at BetMGM right now for the South have the Texans as the favorites at plus 120. The Jags, second best odds, about 2-1. Colts plus 340, and your Tennessee Titans at plus 950. We can get to the win totals in a bit. But what do you make of this division? Because I'm still pretty bullish on the Jags. I know some people are thinking they're going to take a step back. I think Trevor Lawrence still has some more in the tank there. I know the numbers were not just blow your socks off last year, but I think Liam Cohen's a hell of an offensive mind. Give him another year to work with Trevor Lawrence. I think there is another level to their game. I don't know if the Jags are going to be a 13 or 14 win team. However, I think the Jags are still the team to be in that division, not the Texans, even with that Texans defense. I'm just way more skeptical about C.J. Stroud maybe than some others. I'm really concerned that he's not going to get this thing figured out again, and is a big reason why they haven't given him the extension, right? I mean, they picked up his 5th-year option. That's all they've done so far.
I might be the only person in America that's excited to talk about the AFC South, because I legitimately feel like the AFC South, for the first time in a long time, they're a legitimate division in football, right? Like it used to be. Gone are the years of the AFC South, the NFL giving us Titans Jags on a Thursday night. They were the Thursday night house band, right? Every Thursday night it just felt like we were watching a Titans Jags game. But now it's like the Jags, they're pretty good. Titans, look, we don't know what they will be this year. I lean more on the bad side, but at least they'll look better in those crisp new uniforms that they've got. I view the AFC South as two-team races. I think it is the Jaguars and the Texans in the race to win the division. And I think it is the Titans and the Colts in a race to not finish last in the division, right? I feel like, and there's a far leap from those two races. I do not think the Colts are as close to winning this division as Colts fans believe. But I also don't think either of those two teams have a shot at winning this division this year. Neither the Titans nor the Colts. The Texans can. The Texans can. The biggest question there is the most important question with C.J. Stroud. What C.J. Stroud are we going to get? Are we going to get rookie year C.J. Stroud? If so, this is a Super Bowl contender with that defense. If not, if we're going to get C.J. Stroud from last year, we may see more of the same of limp into the playoffs and do nothing because that defense can't run the offense for you, right? They're not that good. And meanwhile, in Jacksonville, I love Liam Cohen. I think that dude is a damn soothsayer. Like, he is the things that he has done with Trevor Lawrence. He is officially, like, he turned Trevor Lawrence into Mario with star power, right? Like, where he can just run through anything. Like, that is the Trevor Lawrence that we thought we were getting as a rookie, right? That was the Trevor Lawrence that we thought we were getting out of Clemson. We finally got him last year. And Liam Cohen is no stranger at this. Like, this is a guy who was, I believe he was the offensive line coach in Los Angeles when Baker Mayfield came over when he was signed with the Rams, and kind of started the resurgence of Baker Mayfield's career, because he was dead and lost and everyone had forgotten about him. And now here Liam Cohen is doing the same thing as a head coach with Trevor Lawrence just a few years later. Liam Cohen is like a quarterback whisperer, and that's why I believe that the Jaguars can repeat what they did last year with what? I think they had 13 wins last year. I think they could do more of the same this year just based off of how good Trevor Lawrence looked last year.
Yeah, agree on the Jags. You know, going back to the Texans, I think, yes, their defense is going to give them a shot to win a lot of football games. It is a great defense. D'Amico Ryan has done a phenomenal job with that. At some point, though, there has to be some criticism with how he's handled the offensive side of the ball, though, you know, and different OC every single year, seemingly. And now you add into it Jaden Higgins news this week. Unfortunately, he's done for the season with that knee injury. So they go out and sign a pair of wide receivers. They brought in a couple for workouts. So we'll see what that room is going to look like. All of a sudden, Xavier Hutchinson is like their number 2 wide receiver. They're already, you know, trying to still get Tank Dell back in the mold after that serious knee injury that he had a couple years ago in the postseason or last regular season game, whatever it was. And so I just have some questions still about that offense in Houston. And I'm with you on the bottom of the division. I'll say this, though. I think if you gave me a scenario, to me, there's no scenario you can give me where the Colts win that division. There is a crazy scenario you could give me where the Titans do. They're not going to win it, but like I think the Colts. I think the Colts are going to be terrible. I think the Colts will be the worst team in that division this year. I think Tennessee can get to the 8-win mark. I really believe that. I think the Colts are like a 6-win football team this year. I am so far out on them. Daniel Jones is coming back from an Achilles. Even before he got hurt, they were already trending in a bad direction. I know they had the great start. It was an awesome story, but they did not miss the playoffs because Daniel Jones got hurt. They were already trending in a bad direction. Then he got hurt, and then it was nail in the coffin for the Indianapolis Colts. Alec Pierce just got a boatload of money. Michael Pittman Jr. is not there anymore. I'm just really skeptical about I think it could be an ugly year, so much so that they might be firing. We were just going through the coach firings, that maybe their head coach gets fired there in the middle of the season.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. Like I'm running through like all of the scenarios in my head, and I agree. I just don't see a world where the Indianapolis Colts can sustain a 17-week season and be better than the Jacksonville Jaguars or the Houston Texans. And I do think there is maybe the one like coin landing heads in a wishing well scenario where the Tennessee Titans somehow make a run in that division, but that would just be because they bolstered that defense. They got just with the coaching staff that they have brought in, I feel like literally is that could be something that could turn the team around. I think Brian Daboll paired with Cam Ward and the exciting things that Cam Ward gave us. I mean, keep in mind, Titans had an all-pro rookie wide receiver in Chimere Dike, and literally he went to the Pro. Well, I mean, going to the Pro Bowl these days isn't as big of a selling point as it used to be. But he was an All-Pro returner. Was incredible last year. His electric player, and then you have Alec Iomanner, and these are names that I know that I'm saying that I'm probably one of maybe a dozen people in America that know, but that's only because I was born into, well, I wasn't even born into it. When I was in 6th grade, the Tennessee Titans decided to move to town and cursed me for the rest of my life. But I follow that team very closely. There are some names there that I am excited for that nobody's going to talk about in any of your Phil Steele preseason magazines or whatever, you're looking at, when you're looking for, what's his name? Your fantasy football breakdowns, right? Like, you're not going to get these names because they're Tennessee Titans and nobody knows who the Tennessee Titans are. But that, I think, plays into their favor going into a year like this where you've got so much change. They could come out with their hair on fire and look good. They have a tough stretch right out the gate, and that's what I'm really worried about. I'm really worried they start the year like 1-3, and then it's just, it's more of the same in Tennessee, and it's hard to bounce back from that after you get out to a start like that. But I agree with your synopsis on the Colts and the Titans on the bottom of that division.
I'll tell you, though, my favorite bet in this division, if we look at the other odds over at BetMGM, like my favorite bet, whether we're talking to win the division in the South, over-unders, miss the playoff odds are my favorite here in this division. The Colts the Colts at minus 178. Now, that's still a lot of juice, okay? Like, I get it if you're watching or listening and you're saying, okay, you're really going to pay minus 178. That's pretty hefty to make the bet. I get it. But, I mean, the Colts aren't making the playoffs in 2026. I feel great about that bet. Now, at minus 178, I'm not a huge fan of tying up money for 6 months on a minus 178 bet of a football season, but the Colts are not making the playoffs as a wild card team. I'm sorry, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
How much money would you put on the Titans though to make the playoffs at 420?
Well, they are plus 420.
Plus 420.
Yeah. Yeah, they're plus 420. I don't hate a little flyer. It's a little flyer. It'd have to be a small amount of money, though. I don't hate a little flyer. I don't think they're a playoff team. I told you. I think 8 wins would be a hell of a season for Robert Saleh and Cam Ward and company. But to get to 10 wins is what we're talking about now, probably to be safe. Maybe 11 to guarantee a wild card. Plus 420 is probably not a bet I make, but you could talk me into putting a very small amount of money on it.
Okay. I guess I should ask this, since it is their odds to make the playoffs are plus 420. How high do you have to be, or how high do I have to get you to be to put some money down on that bet?
Yeah, we would have to be a couple gummies in, I think, for me to put more than like $10 on it. Yeah, I think. And
are you on the Missouri side of things or the Kansas side of things? And is it legal on either side?
So, yeah, for those who don't know, I do the show from Kansas City, but I live and I work on the Kansas side of the state line, and it's not legal here, but I'm a 10-minute drive from where it is legal. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, there we go. All right. Then, yeah, we'll just have to
and obviously,
get
Austin,
you a driver home.
And obviously, I don't go and buy it 10 minutes from there and bring it back to Kansas. I don't do that or anything.
Yeah.
So.
No, because that would be illegal. And you
That's right.
do that. My question,
I would never do that.
So this means you could essentially, right? Because it's not, sports gambling is not legal in Kansas yet, right? So you could drive 10 minutes.
It is. It's in both.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. It used to be this way, though,
never
Austin.
Mind.
It used to be. Kansas has had it for about 3 or 4 years at least. Missouri just got it this past year. So for a while, if you wanted marijuana, you had to go to Missouri, and if you wanted to bet on sports, you had to go to Kansas. And it was a 10-minute drive either direction. That's what you had to do.
Oh, it makes no sense. Yeah, didn't you and I think you brought this up to me once before. You had the idea to build before Missouri legalized sports gambling, to build a dispensary slash sports book that was built right on the state line, to where one side you can buy the weed, and then on the
That's
other
right.
side you
So,
can make the sports
I
bet.
will. I won't take full credit for it. One of our morning show hosts that used to be at the station initially had the idea to call it Can of Bets. It was his idea, Can of Bets, and it would be right on the state line. But that's not needed anymore. They would have gone out of business pretty quick, because a year or two later,
Sure.
it's now legal to bet on both sides. But if you wanted the full experience, then I guess that still works on the marijuana side of things. So. Yeah, man, the
Look,
state line
I would
stuff is weird. The state line stuff is very weird. It's like everybody, it always is, and even during broadcasts on football games, the whole, Kansas City, everybody thinks like there's a Kansas City, Missouri, there's a Kansas City, Kansas. There is, but people now, they're in Missouri now, but the Chiefs are moving to the Kansas side, and so it's a controversial thing. But
I would still go to Can of Bets just for the punny name. I would keep that place in business by myself, just because I got to respect it. That's a great name and a great business venture.
yeah, all right, guys. Coming up next, though, let's keep talking NFL. We'll ask our next guest about the AFC South a little bit as well, plus some of the quarterback battles around the NFL. Tyler Sullivan of CBS joins us here on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM game.
Sanders. Ravens had 4 play calls of pass, and Snoop decided to tuck it every single time. That's why I said poor Shador Sanders. He's had to defy the odds his whole career. Hall of Fame daddy, given everything in his life. Big start. It's the second year in his second pre-game. That means nothing. Then then do something in practice to prove you can be better than Deshaun Watson, dude. Yeah, you're not battling against Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes. You're battling against Deshaun Watson. Literally handed everything in his life. Well, not everything in his life. He's had every possibility handed to him. Everything that he's like kind of taken advantage of has been gifted to him to take advantage of.
Back here on BetMGM Game Day, Alex Gold, Austin Huff hanging out with you on another Saturday. This segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. As we mentioned, preseason football underway today. A little update on a couple of the games. One, it's halftime between the Commanders and Lions, 7 apiece. Joshua Dobbs, that last touchdown, as we mentioned, for the Detroit Lions. But the story so far, I guess, in these second games is just the fact that we got a rain delay already 2 minutes into the Bills-Browns game. Shador Sanders scheduled to start. And 2 minutes into the game, they went back to the locker room. I don't know why on earth, Austin, they started this game with weather in the area anyway. Why the hell did they start the game with 2 minutes? It makes no sense to me.
Yeah, some guys just can't catch a break. It's a shame.
Yeah, it's an inside joke there because behind the scenes, our producer Zach was saying that poor Shador Sanders couldn't catch a break because of the weather, and which is
and he was slated to start today. Yeah.
He's still going to play football today. I mean, this is not it's not like it's a starting pitcher. Like he got warmed up, he's hot, and it's like, well, we can't put him back in. It's it's an hour rain delay. Shador Sanders will have every opportunity during training camp to win the starting job. All right, to talk more about that and some of the other headlines in the NFL, let's go out and welcome in someone we've had on multiple times. We like having him on. Tyler Sullivan, NFL staff writer from CBS. You can see his work featured on CBS Sports HQ. You see him on there as well, at Tyler Soley on Twitter and X. Tyler, we were joking off air with you even a little bit. Like the Shador Sanders stuff, look, if he can't win the job in this preseason game or the third preseason game or training camp, then nobody's feeling sorry for him not beating out Deshaun Watson.
Right. We're all going to remember the plight of Shador Sanders on a rainy Saturday in August, right? It does feel pretty difficult to be Shador Sanders these days. But no, you're right. Like, this is a guy where, yes, every opportunity has been given to him. Like, let's remember, in his draft class for the Cleveland Browns, he was the second quarterback taken. Dylan Gabriel was selected in the third. He was selected in the fifth. Like, he has been given plenty of leash in Cleveland. If you can't beat out Deshaun Watson, like you were saying, in training camp practices, in a couple of preseason games, albeit when the heavens open up in Cleveland today, like, you probably don't deserve to be the week one starter. That doesn't necessarily mean we won't see him in 2026, but maybe not early on in the season.
Of the three notable I guess, quarterback battles, if you want to call it that, because some of them have already been declared. But like you've got J.J. McCarthy, up in Minnesota, and the quarterback battle, quote unquote, in Atlanta, and the quarterback battle in Cleveland. Of those 6 quarterbacks, which one are we most likely to see in the playoffs this year?
It's probably Kyler Murray. I think that's probably your best bet because I think he probably has the higher ceiling. Now, you could say Tua Tagovailoa in Atlanta simply because the NFC South, I mean, we just saw last year, you can be under 500 and win that division. NFC North, that's probably not going to happen. But if the Minnesota Vikings get the Kyler Murray that they're hoping they're going to get, well, then potentially it's Sam Darnold 2.0. And you're talking about a double-digit win season. Remember when they had Sam Darnold in 2024, going into Week 18, not just trying to win the division, but potentially winning the number 1 seed. And I've talked about it a lot with Minnesota. Everything around the quarterback is really enticing. You talk about Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison. The backfield, even with Jordan Mason and Aaron Jones, I think is pretty solid. A defense led by Brian Flores. There is a lot of talent on that team. They just haven't been able to figure it out at quarterback with J.J. McCarthy. If Kyler Murray hits him, that's no sure thing. This dude's been in and out of the lineup due to injuries over the last handful of years. But if he hits, you're talking about a team that could be frisky in that division. But sure, if you want to talk about the easiest path to the playoffs, that might be Tua in Atlanta.
Thinking of quarterbacks, as we're talking to Tyler Sullivan from CBS Sports, thinking about quarterbacks, we saw Fernando Mendoza the other night in his second preseason game. He obviously had the pick 6. I know they still continue to say there, Clint Kubiak, that this is an open quarterback competition. I think we all probably agree Kirk Cousins is going to end up starting Week 1. The question is, for how long? What kind of timeline do you think we're looking at? Could we see Fernando Mendoza in the first 4 weeks, or do you think this is going to actually be a much longer process for the Raiders with Mendoza?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit more of a slow burn. And I think you saw the reasons why in that preseason game earlier this week. I don't think it's an accident, or I don't think it's a coincidence that the pick 6 came on a play when Fernando Mendoza was under center. Something he didn't do at Indiana, something he didn't do at the collegiate level a whole lot. And if you think about that play, you're under center. It's a play action play. Your back is to the defense. You have to turn around and process really quickly. It's not surprising that a rookie makes that kind of mistake, doesn't really see the defender, throws an interception. That's some of the rookie lumps you're going to see from him. So you've heard from Clint Kubiak even before they drafted Fernando Mendoza. Yes, we all knew it was going to happen, but throughout the offseason, when asked about how he typically goes about developing a young quarterback, he said that his preference is to have an established veteran start the year and allow this young player to develop in the shadows. And they have all of that in the making here with Kirk Cousins. Now, if he was gangbusters in the playoffs and was taking training camp by storm, maybe he puts a little bit of pressure on that philosophy, but we've kind of seen the rookie lumps a little bit from Fernando Mendoza. Now, Week 1 would have been great because they're playing the Miami Dolphins. That's a pretty soft landing spot, but you look at that couple of first weeks there for the Las Vegas Raiders, a little bit difficult. So I don't know necessarily when it's going to make the change, but we all know at some point in 2026, we're going to see Fernando Mendoza. It's just a matter of when Kubiak feels comfortable, him learning the nuances and the new play style of the offense in the NFL.
Tyler Sullivan, NFL staff writer for CBS Sports, is on with us right now. And let's stay with the rookie quarterback discussion because, with Fernando Mendoza, you had Ty Simpson go out in his first preseason debut. And I understand it's just preseason, but the kid looks sharp, 21 of 25, 190 yards passing, no interceptions, which I think is probably the biggest thing there. But then you have guys like Drew Aller looked pretty good in his just the other night with the Steelers, and Cade Klubnik, Carson Beck, of those rookie guys. And I understand that injuries are probably going to have to happen for this to happen. But which of those do you think we're most likely to see in 2026?
I think it could be Drew Aller. I think that's someone to kind of keep an eye on there in Pittsburgh because I'm not so sure Pittsburgh is going to be competitive for a playoff spot towards the tail end of the year. I'm more high on teams like the Baltimore Ravens and the Cincinnati Bengals in that division. So let's just play it out here. If you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, if you're Aaron Rodgers even, and you're mathematically eliminated from the playoffs, I think they play the Baltimore Ravens in Week 15 or something like that before they play them in the regular season finale. I could see a world where all of a sudden, when you are mathematically eliminated, Aaron Rodgers is like, well, I'm not going to go out there for no reason and potentially get myself hurt for, going off into retirement in a wheelchair. Like, that's probably not something that he wants to do. And if you're Pittsburgh, you're sitting there going, okay, well, we are now shifting our focus from competing with Aaron Rodgers in his final season to now having an eye towards 2027. And what do you need to do to lead up to that? Evaluate what you have at quarterback. And if Drew Aller is flashing in the summer, you might want to see what that looks like towards the tail end of the regular season, especially after a full year working behind him, being more immersed in that offense. So wouldn't surprise me in that type of a setting to see Drew Aller, or, I don't know, maybe even if all of a sudden the Rams have everything locked up in week 18, you see Ty Simpson out there. But in terms of a competitive, kind of more intriguing view, I would look to a guy like Aller.
Before we had you on the show, we were doing our divisional previews, and we were on the AFC South today. I actually want to start on the bottom portion of that division, what we think will be the bottom portion of that division with the Colts and, of course, the Tennessee Titans. I was telling Austin that one of my favorite bets in this division right now at BetMGM is actually the Colts not to make the playoffs at -178. There's a lot of juice there, but sell me on why I guess I'm wrong about the Colts. I think it could be a very ugly year for them. I don't see them getting to 10 wins and being a wild card team.
Well, you're really banking on what you saw from Daniel Jones at the start of the season to carry over this year and that injury to kind of go away. And now I know he kind of was limping a little bit down the stretch prior to suffering that Achilles injury. He was dealing with some other injuries as well, but that's really the case, right? You're banking on Daniel Jones being that missing link, really what you saw in that first half. Because remember, they were legitimately in the running for the number 1 seed in the AFC in the first portion of the season last year. And Jonathan Taylor, gangbusters out of the gate as well, just absolutely going nuclear for fantasy, for long-term futures, for all of that stuff. And so if you have Jonathan Taylor coming back and playing at that level, you have Tyler Warren, the tight end, taking a leap in year 2, even a guy like Josh Downs, who I'm pretty excited about at wide receiver. There are some pieces there along that offense where maybe that helps things out, but I'm with you. I'm not as high on the Indianapolis Colts, more so because I'm really high on the Jacksonville Jaguars, really high on the Houston Texans, especially if CJ Stroud can get back to form. I thought he was really encouraging in that preseason game the other day in the brief window that we saw him. So it just kind of looks like a team where you're probably fighting for 4th and 3rd more than 1st and 2nd.
Last week, we gave our tiered list of coaches that we believe are most likely to end up, or at least they're already on the hot seat, but whose Bunsen burner underneath their seat is going to be turned up all the way this year. Tyler, who do you think would be the first coach to get Brian Callahan this year?
I think there's a few different candidates. I think one of the obvious ones is Todd Bowles in Tampa Bay. You saw at the tail end of last season, it was kind of strung out a little bit as to whether or not he was even going to be back this year. Basically fired his entire staff. Whenever you do that, you are really grasping at straws. And if the Buccaneers continue to kind of look a little bit sluggish, and I've kind of described them as standing on the edge of a cliff because they haven't extended Baker. Yes, they were able to come to an agreement with Vita Vea, but it just kind of feels like the old guard is starting to leave. Mike Evans, Levante David. Maybe if this doesn't work out with Baker, are you hitting a full reset button? And maybe that requires a coaching change. Another guy that I think is a little bit more under the radar, I said that I'm bullish on the Cincinnati Bengals, so I don't see this happening. But if all of a sudden the Bengals bengal and they are slow to start the year, you're talking about a team that has Super Bowl aspirations. Joe Burrow already talking about, if it's not now, when is it? It's time to kind of really get to the Super Bowl and compete in this season, especially after an offseason where you have spent a lot of capital addressing your defensive deficiencies. If you struggle out of the gate, Zach Taylor's really going to be in trouble. And then, of course, the proverbial New York Jets, Aaron Glenn. If you're the head coach of the New York Jets, you're probably on the hot seat right when you get hired. That's just the nature of that organization right now. But those are the 3 I'd probably be keeping my eye on.
If the Bengals bangle, you never want your team name to double as a verb. That's just brutal.
It's like chargering, right? It's the same thing.
yeah, right.
Yeah, chargering's my favorite.
Yeah,
chargering's definitely my favorite, as we've got Tyler Sullivan from CBS Sports joining us. Down in New Orleans, I think they were a team towards the end of the season that you started to look at Tyler Shuck with Kellen Moore, and you're like, okay, there's something here maybe offensively. What do you make of them right now, though, with these injuries? I know they were a team in the South a lot of people have been picking. I kind of like the Falcons. They also have some injuries. But Jordan Tyson, the biggest knock on him out of college was his health. And here we are already talking about a hamstring injury. I know their backfield's a little banged up. Are you high on New Orleans this year? Do you believe they can be a team that actually can win the South?
I think they could, because what we just talked about, like, it feels like any team could win the NFC South right now by the way that the ebbs and flows of all of those teams seem to go. But I think you're right to point out Jordan Tyson, because I think that impacts a number of different factors here with the New Orleans Saints. Sure, you want to have your number one wide receiver in terms of who you drafted in the top 10 of the NFL draft available right out of the gate. It felt like there was a lot of promising clips coming out of Saints camp in terms of how he was performing, dealt with the hamstring injuries in college. Now they're popping up again. They say it's not the same thing, but like, how can it not be the same thing? It's at least under the same umbrella of injury concern, right? Like, this is someone that has dealt with a lot of injuries. And the fact that you're not going to have him at the start of the season, I think, what did they say? Like 2 months, it felt like they said, that in terms of the recovery time for him. And whenever you come back from a soft tissue injury, like, that thing could flare up in 4 seconds once you're back and you're out another 2 months. So to say that it's going to be 2 months is a very loose term for Jordan Tyson, but I think that impacts the evaluation of a guy like Tyler Shuck, who, yes, very exciting tail end of last season, showed a lot of flashes, but this is basically the whole story for the New Orleans Saints. Yes, you'd like them to make a leap, but really the number one takeaway coming out of 2026 has to be whether or not you have your quarterback. Is Tyler Shuck going to be the guy? And the fact that he's not going to have his full complement of weapons, Jordan Tyson being one of them. Yes, he's going to have Chris Olave. That's also a dude that has been in and out of the lineup as well. Like, there's a lot of concerns about that wide receiver room, but that's going to hurt the evaluation, right? Because he's going to be playing not with one hand tied behind his back, but he's not going to have his full complement of weapons. And can we get a full all-encompassing view of Tyler Shuck? That remains to be seen. We'll see what happens, but I'm encouraged by him. I think that certainly the Saints were wise to not look at other quarterbacks this offseason and go into the year with him as the clear-cut QB1 to see what you have. Again, does that mean they're going to win the division? That remains to be seen. Again, that division's almost impossible to try to predict, but at the same time, I'm encouraged and genuinely intrigued about what he could be.
Tyler Sullivan from CBS Sports. Tyler, one of the most intriguing teams I feel like heading into 2026, it comes in my own backyard. I live and work in the Chicagoland area, and I'm excited for the Bears, but I feel like I go back and forth. I think this offense is one that can be explosive. Obviously, you got Ben Johnson clamoring that they're going to average the 37.8 points per game to become the highest scoring offense to beat out the 2013 Denver Broncos. But, a lot's going to go into that. And I do think it is potentially achievable just with the weapons that they have on offense. But you got to look at this defense. This is a defense that they should be better in the secondary, but there is still no pass rush there in Chicago. So I feel like it's going to be a lot of shootouts in Chicago, which isn't exactly, historically the nature there in the Midway. But I want your take on the Bears. What are you expecting from them this year? And do you think they can repeat as NFC North champions?
Well, and they generated a lot of turnovers too. And, turnovers can be kind of finicky year over year. It's like touchdowns, right? Like,
sure. Right.
Sometimes they come in bunches. Sometimes you go in some droughts. So that is one thing that's a little bit concerning defensively. But overall, I do think the Chicago Bears could certainly come back and repeat as NFC North champions. Like, that would not surprise me because of the infrastructure that they've built on that offensive side of the ball with Ben Johnson. And if they get into shootouts, is that necessarily a bad thing? Like, Caleb Williams has shown that he can come up in the clutch last season. I love the weapons. I'm really excited to see Luther Burden in year 2, Colson Loveland in year 2 as well. Like, it seems like they really hit that draft class in terms of those two weapons out of the park. The only thing that concerns me is the retirement of Drew Dahlman. Like, that was the whole story about Caleb Williams' rookie season, is the guy was under siege all the time. I think he was sacked, 60 plus times in his rookie season, basically cut more than 2/3 last season. And that was because they made a concerted effort to fix the interior of that offensive line. You still have Jonah Jackson, you still have Joe Thuney, late guard. Like, you're going to be fine there. But still, going from Drew Dahlman to Garrett Bradbury, whoever else they want to elevate to that starting center role, like, that's something I want to keep my eye on. But I still think that there is more room for growth for Caleb Williams, because as good as he was last year, especially in the clutch, like I mentioned, there are some advanced metrics where that could still be improved. The accuracy was kind of a little bit inconsistent at times. I think that can be refined. And going into year 2 of Ben Johnson's system, I can only imagine that he's going to be better. I don't think this is going to be a regression candidate at any stretch of the imagination. So you tell me that if he's more immersed in that offense, you have guys like Roma Dunze stay healthy. It felt like he was starting to emerge last season. Luther Burden, Colston Loveland, like, there's a lot of pieces here for that offense to really be high flying.
Tyler Sullivan, NFL staff writer at CBS. You can also see him over on CBS Sports HQ. You can give him a follow on Twitter and X at Tyler Sully. Appreciate it as always, man. Have a good weekend.
You two guys enjoy the preseason slate.
Thanks, Tyler.
We do have some preseason football going on right now. We'll check back in on that in 20 minutes or so. But up next, I can't stand these. They come out every year before the start of the college football and college basketball season. But Austin told me we have to take a look at them. We will look at the preseason top 25 next here on BetMGM.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Every team, every player, every story, every angle. This is Westwood.
Heard of that.
Broadcast will begin in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Who doesn't love the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your BetMGM account? You can take a swing each day in their free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward. Depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or even a home run, the game is exclusively available at BetMGM. All you have to do to play is play as the batter, select an area of the strike zone, and if you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same-game parlay boost token over at BetMGM. Coming up in 15 minutes, we'll get an update on some of these preseason games that are going on. We also will talk about some recent comments from Roger Goodell about international games and where we are headed in the NFL, and not just games, but franchises maybe internationally. Before we get to that, though, I teased it before the break. The college football AP Top 25 was released this week. And we can get to it in a second. I will just say, for the record, I have very much been anti-preseason college football, college basketball polls. They don't make any sense. I know why we have had them in the past. It is very nice for, I think, casual sports fans to flip through the TV guide or pull up a broadcast, and on ESPN, it's got a number 5 and a number 9 next to someone's name, and we think, oh my gosh, what an amazing matchup. And then we try to act like it was an upset when number 9 beats number 5, but we find out number 9 actually was a touchdown favorite over the number 5 team in the country. And so it's all gotten backwards. It's caused us to think that a team preseason isn't any good. And so when that number 5 team in the country loses, we think they got embarrassed, but then we find out 5 weeks later that the 5 team sucked and the team that was unranked was awesome, maybe like Indiana, for example. So I just think it's all a mess. We don't need it anymore either, Austin, when we have the college football playoff. The AP rankings don't mean anything. It's just a marketing tool. That's all it is.
It's unbelievable that here we are living in the year of our Lord 2026, and we are still doing AP preseason polls and using them like they're the Bible. I don't understand why we're doing this. Do you remember when the BCS poll used to come around? The BCS poll used to wait for week 8 so it could collect enough significant data for the computers to put out a poll of who is most deserving to be in the national championship that year. Why do we do this with the AP poll? If anything, we should play the first 3 weeks with nothing. Just nobody has a ranking until you get 2 or 3 weeks into the season, because everyone's got their cupcakes that they front load the season with, which are essentially college football's preseason. And then, you have your few hard games. A few teams play week 1, like neutral site games. And those provide good, samples of like what to expect from these teams. But I just don't get why we do this every year in college football. Like, you wouldn't review a restaurant without taking a bite. So why do we do it in college football? Like, it should be called the AB preseason poll, because it is all bias. Every team that is at the top of that top 10 ranking is a big name blue blood in college football, and very rarely do those blue bloods end up in the top. In fact, I think over the last 18 of the last 19 polls have had at least one preseason top 10 team finish the year unranked, at least one. And then on top of that, I think over the last like 4 or 5 years, the best the AP preseason poll has done has been 11 teams. 11 of their preseason top 25 have finished in the top 25 at season's end. So it's not like they're even good at predicting these top 25 teams. So just do away with it altogether. Let's not rank teams until we get a sample of what the season can be.
Right. Yeah, I think it's strictly for marketing now. We know even the in-season AP poll to me is meaningless. We don't need it. We can just wait till the college football playoff comes out. It's not even just the preseason poll, but in season, I don't need it. We know there are people on the East Coast that have a vote that are not staying up and watching West Coast football. I know now they're in the Big Ten for the most part, but they're not staying up and watching games that are so late at night. And so it's a mess. It doesn't mean anything. Now, with that said, I will point out, if you were wondering who they did have in the AP top 10 of the 25, Ohio State was number 1. They got 40 first place votes. Oregon was number 2. They got 14. Georgia was 3. Notre Dame was 4th. They had 6 first place votes. Texas was 5th. Indiana, the defending champs, are preseason 6th. They had 8 first place votes. Miami with 1 first place votes at 7. And then the rest of the top 10, A&M, Texas A&M, that is, Ole Miss 9, Oklahoma 10. That's your top 10. It's just, it just sets narratives, and it does, as you said, it hurts teams, but it sets narratives that are proven false. I'm sure you're happy. Your Missouri Tigers are number 25 in the preseason poll. That'll last for
in
like
that
a
case,
week or so.
yeah. In that, okay, no. In that case, you know what? We should, the AP preseason poll is the best thing around. We should keep it around forever. It is. They know what they're doing there at the Associated Press. I tell you what, that is beautiful. The last man in the door is the Missouri Tigers. Yeah, you know what? Take back everything I just said.
While we're I could have added this to the list. My big pet peeve, honestly, with the poll as well. Like, this is for basketball or football, in season, preseason, doesn't matter. The fans that will be so desperate to prop up their school that we see the top 25 and then there's the receiving votes area, and there'll be a team that has the 3rd most receiving votes. And I've even seen schools put out a graphic for this, and it's embarrassing. And they'll claim they're the 28th ranked team. No, it's called the AP Top 25 for a reason. You're not 28th. You're unranked.
But
receiving votes.
As a guy whose school tends to live in that paragraph underneath the poll with the number in parentheses based on how many votes they got, others receiving votes, Missouri is always in that paragraph. I got to disagree with you there. I think if you were in that paragraph, you were essentially in the poll. You've made it. Like, you're an honorable mention. I know there's no honor in a mention, but I respect the honorable mention in that case. I hate that it's like this poll comes out and like you'll have a team in the top 10 that has to lose at least 2, sometimes even 3 games before they're knocked out of the top 25. And whereas you've got teams that are in that, others receiving votes area that are trying to get into the top 25 that can't do so because they make it so hard just based off of this dang preseason poll that means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, so congrats to Vanderbilt on being ranked 35th in the country to start the season. Up next, guys, let's get back to the NFL. We'll check in on some preseason updates and also what Roger Goodell said this week about international football, and not just games, but a franchise. We'll do that here on Westwood One Sports. 2:00 out east here on Westwood One Sports. It's BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. You can watch the show on YouTube and Twitch as well. Make sure you search BetMGM tonight. We got the chat activated over there. You can interact. You can also, of course, listen to the show across the country on our awesome affiliates. You can listen on SiriusXM channel 375, as well as the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app. So we appreciate you guys hanging out with us. We've got preseason football underway already today. Third quarter, Commanders-Lions. It's 10-7 Commanders. Remember, in that one, Jane Daniels played. It looked like one drive, was 0 for 1. That was basically the end of his day. Joshua Dobbs with the touchdown for the Lions. No Jared Goff today. Ravens and Vikings, it's 3-0 in the second quarter. J.J. McCarthy has had a nice deep connection once or twice to Felton, but also missed on a key 4th and goal pass. The Bills and Browns are delayed due to severe weather in the area. They got 2 minutes into that game almost, and they went ahead and called it, and it's still delayed. Shedeur Sanders expecting to get the start today. The Falcons are up 17-6 on the Colts. Remember, that's Cooper Rush leading the Falcons today due to some of the injuries with their quarterback room. And then there's a grouping of other games that will start here in about 2 hours, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. Now, before we get into comments from Roger Goodell about international games, something that has been bugging me for like 2 hours, and I'm convinced it happened, and our producers did not bring it up. We're on video. Are you changing hats every hour? Are you trying to mess with me now, Austin?
No.
I swear that's not the same hat you were wearing when the show started. And I realized it last hour, I felt like, and then I was like, wait, he's got a different hat on.
No, I flipped it around. I started with it backwards, and then at one point I just said, you know what, I'm going forward with it because I think this hat fits me better and looks better on me when it's forward. So I appreciate you keeping tabs on it and keeping me in check, because if that would be something that I would do, is change hats every hour, because Lord knows I've got enough hats to last not just a 5-hour radio show. I could do a different hat every segment for a 17-hour radio show. That's my wife is so annoyed with me at the number of hats that I have, and this is one that I got sent to me. So I didn't even buy this one. I got it sent to me, and that infuriates my wife even more, because she's like, it's bad enough you spend money on hats. Now you're getting them sent to you. And I swear, hats to me are like shoes to most people, right?
Wow.
Everyone's got like their shoe collection, and they've got, a closet full of shoes. I am that, but with hats. I cannot have a hat not match my outfit or go with my, whatever I'm rocking that day. Yeah.
I'm not a big hat guy. Again, I'm not a big hat guy. I think whenever I start going bald, I'll probably have to switch to some to some hats. I've honestly bought I'm not kidding. I think I've bought one hat in my life. I have a KC hat that I bought. The rest I don't wear. I rarely wear hats, and when I do, they're all, like you said, they're hats that I've gotten just for free. They're either different companies or different whatever. But I really don't buy hats.
Wow, that's honestly impressive. And yes, I do have. So there's a lot of people that are hair challenged, I guess I'll say, that that will hit me up and they'll be like, dude, why do you rock hats so much? Because I have been blessed so far, although I do think I'm going to lose it in my 40s. I have been blessed with a good head of hair. Nobody knows that, because I'm always rocking hats. So the people that struggle in the hair department will tend to get mad at me. They're like, dude, if I had your head of hair, I would never be rocking a hat. But I just love hats. I just love the way they look. I love the way they feel on my head and everything. But I'm glad you're keeping tabs on that. Can I ask you one thing again before we get to the Roger Goodell wanting to make the NFL intergalactic? I want to ask you a very important NFL question, because this is coming out of your market, essentially. A very predominant member of the Kansas City Chiefs just recently hinted at something with the Empire State Building over the weekend, as it was lit up green, and we saw murals of TS all over New York City, and the caption on the Empire State Building's video of their green lights said, "What's happening?" with the TS capitalized. Taylor Swift is essentially a Kansas City Chief now. She's married into it. Okay, so this is NFL news. What do you think she's hinting at? Is she dropping, maybe the Taylor's version of her debut album? Is she gonna new music somehow, or is this just a hint at her dropping the photos and the videos from her magical wedding day? What is it, Alex? You're the boots on the ground there in the Fountain City. You got to let us know, man. What is going on?
I feel like you're way more into this than I am. I'll be honest. I saw this come across like yesterday or last night or something. Somebody pointed it out to me. My assumption is it's wedding related or something, that it's going to be photos.
Right.
I don't think it's new music yet. I think we're a little too early for another album for Taylor Swift, because she of course had the album that came out last October, I guess it would have been, when she announced it on Travis and Jason's New Heights podcast. So I mean, I guess it's almost, have we been about a year? If you count the Toy Story song, it's been less than a year, but basically a year since her last new album. I guess it could be that, but no, I'll go wedding related. I'll go that's photos, because we haven't had a single photo from the wedding, right? Not a single one has come out.
No, nothing.
And by the
It
way,
has been sealed tight. And
players at camp, we tried asking players at Chiefs training camp that would come on our show if they were at the wedding. We even asked one of the Chiefs' backup tight ends, Noah Gray. We're like, "So how was the wedding? Who was good on the dance floor?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "I'm happy for both of them. Really not going to talk about that today." I'm like, "Okay,
dude." They brainwashed everyone that went to that. Like, nobody is talking about it. Nobody is revealing any details about that wedding.
NDAs.
We know more about what goes on in the Pentagon than we did at Madison Square Garden on July 3rd. Like, how? I don't understand this fortress of whoever runs Taylor Swift's camp should be running our government and our military, because their defense system is unbreachable.
The NDAs are strong, man. People don't mess around with that, I guess, when it comes to I think his teammates also don't want to screw anything up for their guy. That's part of it too, as far as they just don't even want to cause any problems. But I tried, Austin. We tried to get a quote, TMZ would have loved it.
Yeah.
Magazine
look, I appreciate it. You're doing the Lord's work. We appreciate you, honestly, the rest of us in the nation, as you are boots on the ground there in Kansas City, the hub of all things Taylor Swift now. I will go ahead and put my bet on it is debut album. She's going to drop Taylor Swift version of her initial album, which is self-titled. So I think that's it. I will say this, the only right take that I have ever had. We've been doing this show every Saturday since January. The only correct take that I have had in those 5 hours of those, nearly 40 plus weeks of doing radio shows together, the only take that I have gotten correct has been predicting that those billboards that popped up in like May of last year, that it was going to be Taylor Swift having a song on the Toy Story 5 soundtrack. And I was right about that. Every other sports take I have been dead wrong on. I fail miserably in the takes department. But when it comes to Taylor Swift, man, look, I'm 1 for 1 right now, and I will take it.
Look, you're the music guy, man. You're doing mornings in Chicago on country radio, baby. That's right in your wheelhouse. I figure you're over here talking to Stella and all this. This is right up in your wheelhouse. I feel like you're locked into this way more than I am.
I need something. I just need one thing to latch onto, and that is my one thing. It's just like, I could at least do some music talk on this show, right?
Absolutely. So we'll see. Now I'm a little more intrigued by what happens. I haven't really thought much about it, but now you got me thinking about what it could be. So we'll see. Hopefully we find out here very soon. All right. You mentioned Roger Goodell, though, Austin. He was interviewed by a German publication this week talking about international games. And he said in that interview, quote, he has no doubt that eventually there will be a team in the NFL that is based outside of the U.S. This is much different than the conversations about, are we going to have everybody playing international games, and is everybody going to eventually have to play two? It's a whole different ball game, because I think we all have recognized that we're probably a few years away from everybody playing 2 international games, having an 18th game. Those are things I don't know if accepted is the right word, but we just all kind of know that's inevitable. Having an international franchise is a completely different scenario, and I can't stand it. I can't stand it. I think it's a terrible idea. I understand why they want to expand the game, and they are expanding the game by playing games internationally. Think about the issues that come up if I tell you all of a sudden they have a team in Europe. One, I don't think you could just have one team. So we're probably talking about 4 teams, a new division that's created over there, and travel is a disaster for starters, but for all the teams, especially those teams that are already over there that are going to have to travel more than anybody. The rosters in the NFL, as much as I love the NFL, quarterback play stinks in the bottom half of the league. It stinks. And you're going to now add another couple teams, expand the league. Bad offensive line play is a thing. We already struggle to see depth at the O-line in the NFL. Now we're going to have another couple 53-man rosters. I think this is a terrible idea, but I also recognize that if you tell me in 15 years from now we have a team, I would probably believe you. I just hope that they're smart enough to try to ease this in. And not that I want a team in this country either, but can we at least start with just trying out Mexico City or Toronto, something like that? Can
Yes.
we start in Mexico and Canada first before we go all the way to Europe?
Yeah, that's the big thing here. Is like he said, an international team, which very well could be Canada or Mexico, which I think would be the smart and logical thing to start with, because you play in Mexico City, you're still in the central time zone, right? You play in Toronto, you're in the eastern time zone. Like you do have to cross country borders, but it's a lot easier to do a week-to-week thing, especially in a sport as strenuous as football. In football, they need all 6 days, which they don't always get, mind you, now with the NFL scheduling. But they need those 6 days to recover and to prepare for the upcoming battle. But this is, I think the important thing is, where they're planning. And if they do go to Europe, keep in mind, it doesn't necessarily have to all be expansion. It very well could be a team moves. Cough, cough, Jacksonville Jaguars. I mean, let's be honest. That's been a dad that has been going out to buy cigarettes for the last 10 years. And at some point, they're going to go out for cigarettes and never come back. That's what it feels like in Jacksonville. I know they're building a new stadium and everything down there. But, I mean, the handwriting is on the wall. If any NFL team moves to Europe, that's probably the first team to do it. But I saw Mike Florio earlier this week predicting that eventually the league's going to expand to 40 teams. And, you're going to have different divisions, one on like the Western Hemisphere, one on the Eastern Hemisphere, and which is just mind-blowing to me. It takes me back to March of 2014 when Mark Cuban gave the quote of "pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered." And he was talking about how he was predicting that the NFL would fold. Now, he said within the next 10 years, which it was wildly wrong. However, I do believe in the sentiment that he was putting behind that, where if you get too greedy, too much of a good thing is not a good thing. It can be bad. That's why too much candy will give you cavities, right? Too much football can ultimately fold football. And if you were saying, like, if we expand to more teams, we're going to get worse football play. We're going to get worse quarterbacks playing. You're essentially going to get what I get in the UFL every spring playing in the NFL, because they're going to have to fill out those roster spots. And I know Jerry Jones, clapped back at Mark Cuban after he said those quotes with, when the ducks quack, feed them. But nobody's quacking for this outside of maybe some international fans. And sure, there's dollars or yen or, pesos to be made for the NFL. But at what cost? At what cost? It takes me to the NFL, or to the Tennessee Titans rebrand. The Titans have, in their rebrand, have gone completely against all of the Greek mythology, ideology that has gone into their original rebrand, right? And they're called the Titans because Nashville is known as the Athens of the South. Well, in this rebrand, they've gone away from all of the Greek stuff. They've done away with all things old. They even changed their mascot, for crying out loud. And I understand every team, you have to do a rebrand, you have to grow. But in doing so, you also can't forget about the fans that got you here, right? And in the NFL, the fans in America are the fans that literally made you into the pig or the hog that you currently are.
Yeah.
And you can't forget about them. And if you move half your sport across the globe, you're going to only make it harder for the rest of your initial fan base to consume it.
And to that point, look at look at soccer. We got the EPL. The EPL is not playing their actual EPL games and having them be played in the United States, right? Like that wouldn't happen. Man City
Right.
is not going to play Arsenal in New York City and have it count as an actual EPL game. I just like they don't do that. We're already doing that. Let alone imagine if the EPL said one day, you know what? We want an EPL team in Miami. Inter Miami's actually now part of the EPL. They're
right.
No, absolutely not. They would never fly in Europe. And so I don't know if this is just like the American way and being greedy and all that, and that's what's happening. But I hate the idea of international teams. I get it. I've accepted international games. I understand it. I know one day we're going to have a Super Bowl in like London, and I'm going to hate it as well. But I get that a bit more. An actual team in Europe, it just creates way too many logistical problems. Unless you tell me, besides the roster issues, unless you tell me that the NFL is waiting for Austin to have the supersonic jet completely invented and be good to go here in 15 years, where we can get to London in like an hour, then until that happens, the travel is even a big problem.
Alex, the EPL is a great analogy here because soccer is the most popular sport on the globe, right? Internationally, it is wildly popular, wildly successful. They, aside from playing those friendlies in America, yeah, you're right. They don't bring games to America. And they're doing just fine. Like they don't need to do that. Like I don't understand the NFL need, because you do, and I love the global outreach program that they have started, even though my very own Tennessee Titans are one of like 4 teams that don't even have an international country that they're partnered with. But you do have teams like, I believe, yeah, it's ridiculous. Everyone forgets about the Titans. It's all right. But you do have, you have teams that have these hubs built up all over the country to grow that a specific team in those countries, which I just think that's brilliant. I think that is a smart way to grow the sport around the globe. But you don't have to bring the sport to them. You can make them wake up at wee hours of the night to watch American football. It is American football after all, because football anywhere else is soccer. So let them come to the sport. You don't have to bring the sport to them. You don't have to cater to them. If anything, you should make the sport as good as it possibly can be here in America, which I do think they're pretty damn close. You don't then need to expand it. I think Mark Cuban is right. Pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered, and too much of a good thing can be a bad thing. What's next?
The NFL.
They take it to, are they going to put a team on Mars after that? Like, are they going to put a team on the moon? It's just, I think it's a little too much, Raj. Let's rein it in a little bit. Okay. Let's get those dollar signs out of your eyes, Scrooge McDuck. And let's just worry about the actual issues in the sport at hand right now.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting too, because there's the balance of, he works for the owners, right? And he's done an unbelievable job working for the owners. His job is to make them more money, and dang it, he has absolutely done that. But I wonder if there would even be some owners that would say, all right, not that they don't like money. They, trust me, they all do, but that they would say, hey, this is going to really hurt our product and it could end up costing us money down the road. We'll see how it plays out. But I do think if we ever see an international team, I don't think we have to worry about this in the next 5 years. I think we're at least 10 years away. Like Roger Goodell said, it's going to happen, but that could be 20 years from now. You know what I mean, Austin? I don't know. I think the first thing we'll see is a Super Bowl happen in London. My guess is in the 2030s, we have a Super Bowl in London, and we'll see how that plays out and the reaction to that, which is not going to be good here in the States. And then after that is when we would have a team, in my opinion.
Roger did say, though, he won't host a Super Bowl in Europe until there is a team in place there, like in London, for example. Like there won't be unless there is a set team in London. So I agree with you. But I do think that that's probably coming sooner than we expect, just because they do want to have a Super Bowl in London, which is going to annoy the absolute heck out of me to begin with. And we're lucky this year because Super Bowl Sunday is on Valentine's Day, and the following day is President's Day, so we do have that built in. So we are kind of getting the Super Bowl Saturday in effect, like, you know, how that we're all clamoring for. But if you put a Super Bowl in London, what time is that thing kicking off? Because I don't want to watch a Super Bowl Sunday at noon on a Super Bowl Sunday. I want it.
It would be at noon. It would be at noon.
It probably would be. Oh,
yeah. I forgot about that. We get President's Day after the Super Bowl this year because of the way the schedule works out. Now, selfishly, that's one of those where it's like nobody else cares, but doing what we do for a living, for me, it's like I never am taking a day after the Super Bowl off. So I don't care if it's if we get President's Day. It doesn't matter to me. Like, I will be on the air the day after the Super Bowl. So
yeah,
selfishly,
right.
I'm like, do whatever you want with the scheduling. Anyway, all right, up next, let's take a look at the preseason games that are going on right now, including one that has restarted. The weather has cleared for Buffalo and Cleveland. We'll check in on Shedeur Sanders. We'll also check in on a young quarterback that was impressive last night in Pittsburgh. What does it mean about his future? We'll do that next here on Westwood One Sports. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. Again, video stream always up and running on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. We finally have the skies clearing up in Cleveland, and so they have resumed play in preseason game between the Bills and the Browns, still in the first quarter because of that delay, 7-minute mark or so. The Bills just got a touchdown. It was Ray Davis, a 1-yard touchdown rush for Buffalo to give them a 7-0 lead. It is Kyle Allen getting the start. No Josh Allen today. For the Browns, of course, it is Shedeur Sanders getting his first preseason start of the year. They, I believe, are now driving against the Bills. Yeah, they're down to the Buffalo 22-yard line. Shedeur 2 for 2, 24 yards. And a scramble for 2 yards so far in the very early going. That's one game we are keeping an eye on. It's also 23-6 now. Falcons on top of the Colts as your guy Strand just threw a touchdown past Jake Strand.
Yeah.
4 for 4, 51 yards and a touchdown for the Falcons.
Wait a minute. You mean Jack Strand, the fourth quarterback on the Atlanta Falcons depth chart? The same Jack Strand that appeared in 42 games at Minnesota State Moorhead through the 4 seasons when he completed 1,200 of his 1,900 passes for 13,000 yards and 126 passing touchdowns. Ranks 10th all time in NCAA Division II history in passing yardage. You mean that Jack Strand?
That's the guy, baby. He's 4 for 4. Yeah, he's 4 for 4. He came in for Cooper Rush, who started the game with all the injuries to Tua and to Penix.
What have I always said on this show? You cannot stop the NSIC Offensive Player of the Year. You can only wish to contain him. So, yeah, good luck to whatever defense is going up against fourth-string quarterback Jack Strand of the Atlanta Falcons today. Hey, you want to talk about a quarterback battle in Atlanta? People are saying, "Oh, Michael Penix this and Tagovailoa that." Blah, blah, blah. Watch out for Jack Strand, baby. Jack Strand.
So that game is 24-6, about to get to halftime. It's halftime in Minnesota with the Ravens and Vikings 3-3. The story in that one is J.J. McCarthy with a big miss on a 4th and goal, just sailed a pass. That should be a gimme. Should be a gimme touchdown. And look, there's a reason why he's the backup now in Minnesota. And I wonder, Carson Wentz started this game. Kyler Murray's the number 1, so he didn't even play. Carson Wentz was 9 of 11 for 92 yards. We saw him play a lot last year, got hurt. J.J. McCarthy is 5 of 10 for 81 yards today. But again, a key miss on a should have been a touchdown. Carson Wentz might be the number 2 quarterback this year in Minnesota, not J.J. McCarthy. I think there's a scenario where McCarthy's QB3.
Yeah, and it's like it's funny. There's J.J. McCarthy's not alone here, but like, is there even really much of trade value there with J.J. McCarthy? Like, is there anything that the Vikings can even do to unload him? Because I just feel like the stench on him is so bad right now, currently as we stand, that I don't know what team is going to put together a package for him, and what team would say, oh, it would be an upgrade to go with J.J. McCarthy. Don't get me wrong, he came out of the gates hella hot, like it looked great but then it just went, as quickly as it went 0 to 60 there in Minnesota, and obviously he had to sit out the first year, but as quickly as it went 0 to 60 there in Minnesota, it feels like it came to a screeching stop, and he just can't bounce back from it. And I said earlier in the show, I compared a lot to Will Levis. Like, if you're the Tennessee Titans, like, you're probably moving on from Will Levis at some point, but there's no trade package you just have to ride out that contract and just let him walk as a free agent when time comes, because there's no way you're going to be able to get anything for either of those guys.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I think they were probably hoping he'd look decent in preseason. No, I don't think they were going to trade him like now. The question would be in the offseason, but he hasn't really given you much to go on. And, you mentioned how he started out of the gates. I would argue he had one primetime game where he had an unbelievable fourth quarter comeback. That's basically all he's done. He had an awesome fourth quarter comeback, and you thought, okay, they got something. And then that was it. That was the high water mark of J.J. McCarthy's career, it looks like, in the National Football League.
Yeah, he really needed to come out looking good, and missing and sailing a 4th and goal throw. It's not. You're not.
It was bad.
The
Go watch
there.
the video. It's bad if you haven't
Gosh.
seen it. It's a bad throw from J.J.
Okay.
McCarthy. All right, someone that looked pretty impressive though yesterday, a young quarterback, Drew Aller, of course, drafted out of Penn State. He impressed for a second straight preseason game. He was 11 of 24, 110 yards, got sacked 3 times, made one throw that I think had people talking yesterday for the Pittsburgh Steelers in their preseason game against the New York Jets. He got significant playing time, as obviously Rodgers is not really playing, and we've seen a lot of Will Howard, but it's an impressive throw. He was under pressure, rolled out to his left, and down the sidelines found, I believe they're probably like their number 2, number 3 tight end. I don't know, McCree. I don't know who that is, but I'm guessing it's like a backup tight end or something for the Steelers. What's the I guess long-term outlook on Drew Aller now, because he's a 3rd-round pick, threw 3 touchdowns in his first game. He just followed it up, as we said, with a couple nice throws in this game last night. Rodgers is obviously the starting quarterback this year. They have Will Howard in that quarterback room as well. Is there a scenario where Drew Aller is starting games at all this year, or games next year for this team?
Yeah, it's funny you bring this up, because literally earlier in the show, I threw out the rookie quarterback names to our guest Tyler Sullivan from CBS Sports, who joined us, and I threw out Drew Aller, Cade Klubnik, Carson Beck, Fernando Mendoza, and Ty Simpson, all out there of like, hey, of these names, obviously injury probably has to play a factor into it, but which one do you think is most likely to, like, which one do you think we're most likely to see this year in 2026? And his first name that he threw out was Drew Aller. He said he viewed it as more of an instance of the Steelers being mathematically eliminated from playoff contention late in the year, and Aaron Rodgers not wanting to, not seeing the need to play out the season if, there's nothing on the line for it, and thus we get Drew Aller. But, if he's impressing in camp, and, Aaron Rodgers is getting up there in age, if anything happens, maybe to his other Achilles or whatever, something that ayahuasca won't be able to heal in time for him to get playing time. It's very possible we do see Drew Aller. And Drew Aller, it's funny, man. Like, if we took a time machine back to this time last year, Drew Aller was the number 1 name on everyone's draft boards. It was a guy who was going to be he was a preseason Heisman finalist, right? And then he goes out and just has a terrible year, gets hurt at Penn State, and then we didn't really hear his name until he was drafted by the Steelers late. So it's funny that, like, now it's like, oh yeah, maybe Drew Aller is good, right? Because maybe where he got himself to be positioned last year in August, maybe we forgot that, oh yeah, maybe he can be a good pro that can get himself positioned to be in a good spot coming into camp. And keep in mind, he's not just playing, for playing time this year. Aaron Rodgers has got 17 games in him. If they make the playoffs, 18 or 19 games left in him. Outside of that, Aaron Rodgers is walking out the door. This is Aaron Rodgers last year. He said it himself. So if anything, Pittsburgh needs to start preparing for their contingency plan. And they bolstered their roster everywhere else. Now they have to figure out that quarterback position, which was why, we talked about it before Aaron Rodgers said he was coming back. That was like the one area that they did not solidify was their quarterback position. But if you got a guy like Drew Aller looking this good coming off the bench, maybe they don't have to worry about it for 2027.
Yeah, I mean, it's promising. It's hard for me to sit here without seeing how Mike McCarthy operates just the rest of this offense this year to decide whether or not Drew Aller's the right fit for them moving forward. You're right that we know this is it for Aaron Rodgers. Drew Aller is still somebody that right now I'm not necessarily sold that he is going to be the guy in 2027, but he's doing everything you want to see. I think what it has done, though, Austin, for sure. If I'm Will Howard, I know they said that he's making the team, but that's who, to me, now is someone you can cut. That's somebody you don't even need to keep around if you don't want to keep an extra quarterback. I think that's who's really impacted by this now is that it looks like Drew Aller might be the guy you can develop more so than what Will Howard is. Will Howard is now entering his, second year in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he
right.
won a national championship at Ohio State. He was at K-State prior to that, but I think Drew Aller has already shown you more maybe as a quarterback. And as you said, Drew Aller was the better prospect this time. Will Howard was never thought of as a top prospect. I mean, again, he started his college career at Kansas State.
Yeah, the one knock on Aller that is a big knock is his accuracy with some of his throws. But you saw the throw, or if you haven't, you should go look it up. The throw that he did make just the other night against the Jets in the preseason game. It was rolling out of the pocket to his left hand side, which is not his arm dominant side, and sets his feet and just drops as what Cam Ward would call a seed in there, and it was a beautiful throw. And so I agree with you. I do think there is kind of more there with Aller if you want to go there. But look, you're the Pittsburgh Steelers. I understand. Look, we can't all be lucky enough to have a Jack Strand in our quarterback room like the Falcons do. But you just have to play with the cards that you're dealt, and you were dealt, Drew Aller and Will Howard, both two great quarterbacks. But yeah, if I had to pick one of the two, if I'm the Steelers, I'm leaning more on the side of Aller than I am Will Howard.
All right, coming up next, let's talk about a wide receiver that is still not ready to sign with a team due to his health. Could he actually impact any team? And who's still out there if you're a wide receiver and you're trying to think about, or you're a team looking for a wide receiver? We'll take a look at some comments from Drew Rosenhaus next here on Westwood One Sports. Coming up in 15 minutes, we will head over to Philadelphia and check in with Devin Jackson, sports expert, NFL writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer, to talk about the Eagles' preseason game tonight against the Patriots. Of course, the joint practices taking place this week against each other, and that was the return of, or at least the two reunited in Jalen Hurts and AJ Brown. That was what I was looking for, Austin. I was trying to figure out how to say. It's hard to talk and hard to do a radio show when you can't speak. It makes it very difficult sometimes.
Yeah, I imagine it could be hard to speak, especially considering you're a Jayhawk. So I get it and completely understand.
Thank you. For those that don't follow Austin on Instagram, you should, at Austin Huff. Myself, at Alex Casey Gold. The reason why we're chuckling, Austin has started posting on Instagram during the show, encouraging people to submit a word for him to say during the show. He did this last week. He did it again this week, and he can allow people to submit words. And so during the break, I just submitted the word Jayhawks, and you're a Missouri Tiger alum. And there you
Yep.
go. You already worked it in. How about that?
There, look, I look, and it's not. It's just a fun little bit, a fun little bit to get, to get friends and family listening because they can then hear their word being said. I believe last week I seamlessly, might I add, snuck in words like snuffleupagus, and I worked in salacious, I think was one of the words. There were just and I'll be honest. Shout out to my followers on Instagram because they get pretty creative with it, and it gets to become a challenge at times. But I can work it. I can work about just about any word into a conversation about wide receivers that are still not signed in the NFL or whatever the topic du jour may be. It is possible. And du jour was not one of the words, just for the record.
I was wondering. I thought maybe you decided to get another word in there. Anyway, you mentioned wide receivers, though, and there's multiple names still out there in free agency. Guys like DeAndre Hopkins, Tyreek Hill, of course, Curtis Samuel, Brandon Cooks, Tyler Lockett, Gabe Davis. So there's some big names that are still out there. But look, if you're a veteran and you're not signed at this point in time, there's a reason, right? There's either injury, there's either a question of your ability, or you yourself are a player that isn't really interested in going through the grind of training camp and all that, and you just want to join a team mid-season that's already a contender. Well, Drew Rosenhaus was on the Pat McAfee show, and I'll just read the quote, guys. I know I don't think we have the audio ready. Oh, we do. Okay, beautiful, perfect timing. So Drew Rosenhaus was on the Pat McAfee show, and it sure seems like Tyreek Hill has a long ways to go.
I don't expect Tyreek to sign before the season. He sent me video yesterday. This is good timing of him running hills, and he looked great. And I said to him, "You look great." And he said to me, "I still have some work to do. I'm not ready yet." I am not pressuring Tyreek, nor am I setting a timeline for him. I think that what I have said to Tyreek is take your time. It's not when you come back, it's how you come back. We want you to come back when you feel your best. There's no sense of urgency timing-wise. I think this is a future Hall of Famer who still has a lot of good football left in him. This was a devastating injury, but everyone's going to be so impressed when they see how well Tyreek is rehabbed. It's not hyperbole for me to predict that he will play this season. When, I'm not sure, but I do think when he does sign, he will be a coveted player. He'll be the kind of guy that will impact the playoff race and will certainly be successful once he signs.
So that was Drew Rosenhaus on the Pat McAfee show. I'm not surprised by any of this. You and I have talked about it throughout the offseason. I never thought he would be playing week one. I've always thought there was a chance he would sign around week one and then go on the PUP list and then join a team in October. Now it sounds like he may not sign, Austin. If he signs at all, it could be November. It could be for a playoff team in November, and he joins them for the final 6 weeks of the season in a playoff run. And look, tell me if you hear it the same way I do. It depends on how the wide receiver room goes in my neck of the woods. But the team that makes the most sense for you to just join with 6 weeks to go, a quarterback you've played with before, a coach you've played for before, Kansas City, end of November, if he's actually able to play.
Yeah, it was confusing to me, especially when Tyreek came out and said, he doesn't have any explosiveness left in him. And now here you've got his agent, who I was like, when Tyreek first came out and said that, I was like, man, that was the worst quote for his agent, right? Now his agent has an uphill battle. And lo and behold, his agent is, of course, Drew Rosenhaus. And I didn't fully understand why Drew Rosenhaus was saying all of the he's not ready or he doesn't feel confident in his running ability, despite the fact that he got the video of him running hills. I didn't understand that, but when I think about it, if timing is not of their concern, if they're looking at maybe like an Aaron Donald type signing later in the year to join a contender when he is fully healthy and explosive, I mean, I look at the list of of wide receivers that are available, and I'm like, man, Tyreek even despite the lack of explosiveness and the questions there with his health, might be one of the better options because, you listed off the names off the top, like DeAndre Hopkins. That is now the assistant wide receiver coach at Georgia Tech, DeAndre Hopkins. Brandon Ayuk. Does anyone want to touch the radioactive Brandon Ayuk right now? Tyreek Hill,
no.
And there's Brandon Cooks, who has looked washed the last couple of years. Tyreek Hill might be the best possible option for whether it be a contender or a team like, let's say, the Vikings have to deal with an injury to a guy like Justin Jefferson. Then you're going to want to go to the well, and it could very well join a team that is on the cusp of potentially making the playoffs. So Tyreek Hill, come November, may be the best option right now, which is so funny because right now he seems like one of the worst options you could go to of that list, just based off of all of that we've been hearing about his health. But if he can get right, and in November, he could be the top free agent wide receiver available.
Yeah, because he probably couldn't pass a physical right now, is my guess, is also part of the problem here for Tyreek. But I agree that, look, I'm still skeptical that he's playing this year. I know Drew Rosenhaus basically was confident, and yes, it's his agent, but saying he's playing this year. I'm still a little skeptical that we ever see him play this year. But if he does, yeah, I think let's check back in end of October and start to see where things are at on that front. And my guess is the contenders will all be mentioned, especially if there's a key injury. But I think somebody like Kansas City could be mentioned. If there's another team that has an injury, could be brought back up. And even then, what's his role look like? But this news is not surprising to me at all. I think it was way too optimistic to assume that he was going to help a team in the first week of the season.
You probably already forgot, and you probably never expected ever to see Adrian Peterson as a Tennessee Titan. But when Derrick Henry went down on Halloween in 2022, I believe, they had to go scrambling to fill that position, and they did so with future Hall of Famer Adrian Peterson. So it is funny, like, over the course of a season can unfold. So many different variables and scenarios, and I do think that, like, if it's not a contender, like, say, the Rams or whatever, who he could very well pair back up with, or even like the Chargers, who've got Mike McDaniel. He could pair back up with Mike McDaniel in LA. You could very well see Tyreek Hill join a contender or a team that is struggling at that wide receiver room by the end of the year. I'm really curious to see if and when he can get healthy, and will they be honest about it or too honest about it to where it keeps teams from wanting to sign him.
Yeah, he will be, a couple years back, it was the Odell Beckham Jr. Everybody's keeping an eye on him, and he joined up and ended up obviously having a significant impact before getting hurt in the Super Bowl. So it feels like it's going to be covered the same way, where we're all, the first key wide receiver injury that happens, Austin, his name will come up. So, all right, up next, though, let's head over to Philadelphia, check in with a wide receiver there, and A.J. Brown. We'll talk with Devin Jackson about it next. 3 o'clock out east here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. We're expected to be joined by Devin Jackson from the Philadelphia Inquirer in just a minute or two. We'll chat about the Patriots-Eagles preseason game tonight. And, of course, you got A.J. Brown on the Patriots now. You've got Jalen Hurts going up against his old teammate. We'll get to that in just a second. Thinking of quarterbacks, though, Austin, we were keeping an eye on preseason football today. And after that weather delay there in Cleveland, Shedeur Sanders did get his opportunity, and he made the most of it on the opening drive. Was 4 for 4, resulting in a touchdown drive, led the Browns right down the field. So this is his first game of preseason getting the start. As we know, Deshaun Watson got the start just a week ago. That game, by the way, Buffalo and Cleveland, 7-7, about 4.5-ish minutes or so to go in the first half. We'll check in on some of the other scores and, more importantly, right, performances in the preseason in just a bit. But let's head out to the phones and welcome in Devin Jackson. He's a sports expert and NFL writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer. As we mentioned, the Eagles and Patriots will square off tonight in the preseason. Devin, they, of course, have had these joint practices this week as well. What was the reaction, I guess, in Philadelphia to seeing A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts, and I guess what looked like an embrace there, at least before practice? All right, we'll try to connect there with Devin Jackson and get his thoughts on the two meeting up at, I think it was midfield the other day, and seemed to be chatting it up a little bit ahead of the preseason game.
Yeah, and before we go to Philadelphia, you brought it up earlier with Shedeur and Deshaun Watson. It's hard pressed for me to ever say really anything about the Browns organization is exciting, but that might be one of the more intriguing, in my opinion, quarterback battles that we have had, some of which have already been called, or the ones that we still are ongoing. Just because, look, I'll hand raised. I'm a Shedeur Sanders hater, and I was last season. I just don't really care for him that much, and I understand he's a lightning rod type of a player. You either love him or you hate him. There's no one that's indifferent about Shedeur Sanders. But even as big of a hater as I am, I still have to admit the dude played phenomenal last year. Like, he played really well, and he played better than I even expected. And I do think that, like, coming into camp, I think he is going to play better going into the season. And I think he will probably play well enough to win that starting quarterback job. But Alex, you and I have talked about it a lot. If you're the Browns, can you start Shedeur Sanders for the season, even if he's the better quarterback option, and then if poop hits the fan, like it tends to do in Cleveland, do you go back to Deshaun Watson? Like, I just don't. No. I think you start the season with I think no matter how good Shedeur plays this preseason, even if he plays well enough to win the starting job, I think you have to start the year with Deshaun Watson, because if he ends up sucking, then you can turn to Shedeur.
Yeah, for me, it's not like, it's not that you can't start the year with Shedeur. If he gives you every reason to be the number one quarterback, then that's fine, right? And, last year, like, there were glimpses. I don't know if I feel as strongly as you do on, like, how great he looked. He had 1,400 yards, 7 touchdowns, 10 picks, QBR of, like, I think it was like 18 or something, 18.9 or whatever. Like, I don't want to make it sound like he looked amazing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in a QB competition.
I guess
I mean, you know what I mean? Like, he had
comparatively.
Glimpses, I'll give you that. Yeah, he had glimpses where you're like, okay, all right, this dude can play. The stat line not as impressive. So look, if he was amazing today and in the final preseason game he was great, and if the Browns would have dragged this competition all the way to the third preseason game, a lot of times we see, like, this next coming week, it wouldn't be surprising if Todd Monken named the starter. So if he's just better, then no, I think you can go to Shedeur to start week 1. But I agree with you on, as we've talked about for weeks, if you start Shedeur, there is no going back to Deshaun. Shedeur Sanders is your starting quarterback all season. Whereas if Deshaun Watson wins the job or it's close, you start Deshaun week 1, and then, most likely by, I don't know, week 7, maybe earlier, you probably have pivoted to Shedeur Sanders. That's just kind of how I see it playing out. If I had to bet money on who's starting week 1, and it sounds like you would agree, I think we both would bet on Deshaun being the week 1 starter, but we both would also bet that he's not starting all year.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think if Deshaun Watson does win this quarterback battle, I don't think he's playing all 17 games as the starter, and that's not me predicting an injury or anything like that. I just don't think he'll be good enough to stand you know, the entire season. So I don't know. That's why I'm just so intrigued. It's kind of like it's kind of like a car wreck on the side of the highway, right? It's like it's so bad and like you don't want to look, but you can't help but look. That's the way I view this quarterback battle up in Cleveland.
Yeah, as we were talking about it, by the way, Shedeur Sanders just threw an interception, so he's now 8 of 9,
Yeah,
80
there
yards,
it is.
He's got a touchdown and a pick here,
right on cue
today. So a mixed bag, as we probably would expect. All right, I believe we've got our guests now ready on the hotline. Let's go out to Philadelphia, and we're joined by Devin Jackson, sports editor and NFL draft writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer. Devin, great to have you on the show. We earlier mentioned, of course, you got the Patriots and Eagles preseason game tonight, but these joint practices that took place as well. What's the reaction in Philadelphia to what looked like a nice embrace, I guess, between Hurts and A.J. Brown the other day?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the tension going into it was about, the Eagles reuniting with A.J. Brown now that he's been traded and kind of the offseason of speculation of when he was going to get traded, where he was going to get traded. I feel like a chapter in some of the sorts has been closed, now that the Eagles have seen him, obviously Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown reuniting. I think we can start to turn the page there in Philly, and now get ready for the season. And obviously during those practices and A.J. Brown looking like his old self and looking explosive and, strong at the catch point, all those things that we knew he still had, in Philly, he showed in New England. So I think when you take a step back and look at everything, I think the biggest question going into it was, all right, we see that the Eagles are implementing new offense under Sean Mannion. We've seen how, it's gone so far in training camp. There's been some up days, some down days, and I thought you saw much of the same during those joint practices. So I think you leave the weekend or the week in New England, especially for the starters, seeing that the defense still is good. You wonder a little bit about Reek Williams' fit. Obviously A.J. Brown got him a couple times during those practice sessions, and he got beat a little bit, but he also, on the second day, he made some plays as well, had an interception, had a pass breakup that led to another interception. So you saw a lot of wide-ranging things. You see some promising young players for the Eagles stepping out, like Jalix Hunt. He had a nice couple-day session against New England. So I think the big picture of everything is offense is still, finding its way. Defense is still looking pretty strong, and you now look toward the regular season here a few weeks away and, start to get a clear picture of what the season might look like for the Eagles.
Devin Jackson with the Philadelphia Inquirer here, with the Philadelphia Inquirer joining us right now, with obviously the Eagles and Pats having joint practices this past week. Look, Devin, A.J. Brown just about as well as anyone. Both Philadelphia and Nashville markets have gotten a taste of what A.J. Brown is, and you've seen the good and the bad, some of which of the bad coming when things were good in Philadelphia. But Drake May doesn't tend to believe that, or at least maybe isn't aware of that just yet, because when he was asked about A.J. Brown during his time with the press this week, this is what he said.
I think it's the best thing, for that is winning. I think nobody really, tries to complain when you win games, and I think nobody's, really, that, prideful in this sport about, personal stats or achievements when we're winning games. So that's our job as a team, and come together and try to win games. So I think that's the biggest thing that coach is preaching, and we're trying to be second voices of him and knowing that protect the football team and do things the right way. But no, I think my job isn't to try to make everybody happy. I think my job is to have the offense move up and down the field and score points.
Devin, you clearly know the Eagles very well, and that, there were playoff games that the Eagles were winning 38-7, and A.J. Brown was pouting on the sidelines. Like, what was your reaction when you first heard that from Drake May?
Yeah, I think, when you think about, everything, the entirety of A.J. Brown's time first couple years, he was getting, the stats that you're expecting, breaking Eagles records, receiving records, and seeing what he was doing, and he immediately made a huge impact on the Eagles offense. Not a coincidence. They trade for him. They go to the Super Bowl that first year. Obviously, the second year, he gets hurt at the end of the season. The Eagles collapse a little bit. And then, really in 2024 and then last year, they really committed to the run game. And that meant that, A.J. Brown was going to get as many touches and as many stats as he wanted. And I mean, he even said after winning the Super Bowl, he thought, he took a couple of days and, he still wants more. He still wants to go out and do more. He's often talked about wanting to be one of the greatest receivers of all time. And to be able to, accomplish a feat like that, you got to have the stats to be able to do it. So I think for A.J. Brown, coming into New England and then, hearing that from Drake May, the perspective as a quarterback, I think the best thing you can do is try to win games and focus on winning games. It didn't always look pretty for New England last year during the playoffs. There were a couple games where the passing game just wasn't good enough. Their defense and their run game really carried them a little bit through that playoff run. So I think it's going to be an adjustment period. Obviously I think, A.J. Brown still brings a strong skill set and what he brings to the table is going to help New England's offense. But, you also got to remember that, A.J. Brown had the ball a lot in those first couple of years in Philly. And then as the offense changed a little bit, obviously when you started to see him, speak out a little bit more, obviously the actions and antics on the sideline, all those different things. And so for me, A.J. Brown, the player, he's going to bring a tremendous skill set to New England. But I also think New England, needs to, also send a message as well that, look, we know we brought you here to be the number one receiver for Drake May, but we're going to try and win games. And if that means throwing you the ball 15 times, that means doing so. But if it means throwing it to you 3 or 4 times, also so. So I think for A.J. Brown, no matter where he was going to be, where he got traded, the offense isn't going to be solely built around him. And I think, New England realizes that, Drake May realizes that, and I hope A.J. Brown does as well.
We're talking to Devin Jackson of the Philadelphia Inquirer. How have the receivers looked there in Philadelphia? I think there's a couple injuries right now, including Mekhi Lemon, but now that there's no A.J. Brown, how would you say the receivers have looked during camp and the early portion of preseason?
Yeah, I think the one disadvantage Philly has had in training camp is that their receivers have not played the true roles that they're probably going to play in a regular season. Devontae Smith has missed a bunch of practices over the last couple of weeks with a hamstring injury. Same thing with Mekhi Lemon. So then you have Dontavian Wicks being one of Jalen Hurts' primary target. They traded for him in the offseason. He's a guy that can play slot, can play on the outside. So he was already going to be a nice scheme fit, but he's been stepping up in the absence of Devontae Smith and Mekhi Lemon. Then you have some other guys. Darius Cooper is a undrafted free agent from a few years ago that they feel really good about. And what he was able to do a little bit in training camp, they hope that it translates more to the game, but he's made some big catches in camp. Elijah Moore and Hollywood Brown have shown some flashes, but those guys are probably going to be, maybe your 3rd, 4th, or 5th guys, option-wise. So I think it's been an up and down session. These guys are, playing more and starting more than maybe the Eagles would have liked during this training camp session. So I think it certainly helps with the chemistry-wise for Jalen Hurts to get familiar with some of those new faces, especially Elijah Moore, Dontavian Wicks, and Hollywood Brown. You would assume that those 3 receivers, at least 2 of them, end up getting significant snaps this year. But then again, Mekhi Lemon, he's close to returning. Devontae Smith, he practiced in kind of a limited fashion toward the end of this joint practice week. So getting Mekhi Lemon and Devontae Smith potentially back next week, heading to the final week of training camp, I think will be huge for the Eagles receiver room. But right now, it's kind of patchwork and guys that are probably playing a little bit out of their position and where they'll be on opening night or the opening game for the Eagles.
Devin Jackson of the Philadelphia Inquirer's with us right now. And Devin, it seems like the Eagles cracked the code of finally getting a repeat winner in the NFC East. But, this year for them to pull a three-peat, it seems like a real uphill battle just with the strength of the the other teams in the division seemingly getting better. Obviously the Giants getting John Harbaugh seems to be better. Dallas seems to have, made their defense a lot stronger. And the things that Dak Prescott can do on the field, and even that if Jaden Daniels can stay healthy, the Commanders pose a threat. Who do you see as the biggest threat to steal that crown away from Philadelphia this year?
Yeah, definitely the Cowboys. I think, Washington has suffered some injuries now in training camp. Laramie Tunsil likely out for a long period of time. And even earlier today, you saw their offensive line with Jaden Daniels is in there, could not hold up, against Detroit's second team defense. So there's definitely concern with Washington's, defense or offensive line. Defense, they got a little bit better, a little bit younger. But I think overall the team, I don't think is in a place quite yet to be contending once again in the NFC East. I think this is going to be a year that's kind of up and down for Washington. But you look at Dallas, I think you bring in Christian Parker as defensive coordinator, draft Caleb Downs, and really shore up that secondary. I feel really, really good about what this defense could look like. And that's been one of the biggest question marks in Dallas the last couple of years. The offense has been good. The continuity has been there. Got George Pickens back in the fold, CeeDee Lamb, two of the best duo, or one of the best duos in the NFL, and frankly in the NFC East. So the offense I think is in good shape for sure. Maybe a question or two along the offensive line, but I think overall, Dallas to me is the biggest contender right now to the Eagles repeating in NFC East for a third straight year. I think, Christian Parker and the Vic Fangio style of defense he's going to bring to Dallas, and what he did, in the development of Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean over the last couple of years in Philly, I think it's really going to make their secondary as strong as it has been in quite some time. So I would be a little bit concerned in Philly a little bit that Dallas gets off to a strong start, especially hit the ground running with this new defense and make it tough for Philly as they figure out their offense over the course of the year.
Win total wise, just curious to get your perspective. This is BetMGM game day, so I got to ask a betting question as well. And I look at the over-under. It looks like the Eagles are minus 145 to win 10-plus games in the regular season. How confident do you think people are there in Philly that they can get above the 10, get to 11 wins or more?
Yeah, that's been about the marker that Philly is typically around the 11, 12 win mark. And I think when you look at the schedule, it's not quite as tough as it was coming out of the gate as last year, when they had to play against Dallas to open the year. You play the Rams, play the Chiefs in the first 4 weeks. That was a really tough schedule for the Eagles to come out. They're going to have some tough stretches in this year's calendar, but you start off the season against Washington, who I just mentioned, has some offensive line issues to work out, and Jane Daniels getting back healthy fully and really getting back into the groove of things, and a new offensive coordinator, just like the Eagles. So I feel pretty good that I feel like about 10 or 11 wins seems like a nice floor for the Eagles, considering that the defense continues to play as well as it has the last couple of years, and the offense starts to hit its stride, toward the middle to the end part of the season. So I think around 10, 11 wins feels right for the Eagles.
Devin Jackson, sports editor, NFL draft writer over at the Philadelphia Inquirer. Thanks for joining us, man. Enjoy the game tonight.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys for having me on.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Devin.
Devin Jackson joining us here on Westwood One Sports. Patriots, Eagles preseason game. They've already been practicing all week. Good perspective there on where Philadelphia is at, how they feel about A.J. Brown. He kind of said it's just kind of it's finally the closing of the chapter there with A.J. Brown. They feel like they can move on. It makes sense. You and I both know, though, as sports fans, there's going to be some Eagles fans keeping an eye on the numbers, and also let's say is A.J. Brown quiet all year? Is the first time we see on the sideline A.J. Brown upset with Mike Vrabel, or I guess it'd be Josh McDaniel, or Drake May? Eagles fans are just going to sit back and start laughing. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, and don't hold it against A.J. Brown to eventually take subtle shots at the Eagles with his press appearances and things like that. He did it's the same. the man uses the same playbook. I compared him to Hangover 3, right? It's like this is now his third team. We've seen the first two movies. We know how they end up. Like, it's only going to end the exact same. So I'm wondering if this Hangover 3 gets better reviews than the actual Hangover 3 movie did.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm fascinated to see how this plays out for A.J. Brown in 2026. I'm also just curious about Jalen Hurts, man. I mean, call me a hater. The guy deserves credit for what he has done. No doubt. Super Bowl MVP, been to two Super Bowls, has won a Super Bowl. I'm just very skeptical without A.J. Brown. How does that passing game look? Maybe it's tough right now with the injuries, but be keeping a close eye on where that goes, because I think there's implications for Nick Sirianni's future and Jalen Hurts' future. Certainly, if they don't win that division this year, and it's uglier than we think it could be. We'll see. All right, up next, let's talk a little baseball. We haven't hit on baseball yet today. We are in the home stretch of the baseball season. The calendar will turn to September here very, very soon. You got some big-time call-ups starting to happen, and the AL wildcard race is still an absolute joke. There's some teams that are way below 500 that can maybe talk themselves into having a shot still. We'll do that next here on Westwood One Sports. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you for another half hour here on another Saturday where we've got preseason football going on. We'll keep an eye on that. Shedeur Sanders, as we already mentioned, a touchdown and a pick on the day for the Cleveland Browns. But let's talk a little baseball, man. We haven't checked in on the diamond here in a little while as we get set for really the home stretch of the season, playoff pushes, you name it. And let's just start with how crazy the American League is in this wild card race.
Yeah.
Currently, your wild card teams are the Yankees, who are comfortably in that wild card spot, right? They're 73-55. They're 9.5 clear. Then you have the Red Sox also comfortably as a second wild card, 5.5 up, 69-59. And then it gets very, very interesting for the final wild card spot. Currently occupied by the Texas Rangers, who are actually below 500. They're 64-65. And then after that, man, the Twins and Guardians are a game back. The Blue Jays are 1.5 out. The Orioles are 62-67, and they're 2 out. Detroit is 2.5 out. The Mariners are 3 out, and they're 61-68. And despite what social media Royals fans are saying here in Kansas City, the Royals are somehow only 8.5 back, and they're 56-74. What a joke that is. But anyway, look, man, this is a crazy year in baseball, and the Mariners decided to finally call up one of their top prospects here. They call up Kate Anderson after they just got annihilated 22-0 to the Brewers. They said, enough with this. We're going to bring up another pitcher.
Yeah, with the Chicago Cubs in town, of course, too. Yeah, thanks for that, Mariners, for bringing up your top pitching prospect just when the Cubs are in town, and they're in a tight race in the NL Central, not needing to lose any games. They lost last night on a walk-off to the Mariners, but yeah, dude, hey, AL West, can I have a word with you for a minute? Like, can I speak with you guys for a second? Like, does anyone want to win that division? Is there anyone out there that wants to win the AL West? Because it has been just an absolute like mind melt. Like, I do not understand what is going on there, especially the Mariners, right? Like, because you've got a team that decided not to sell at the deadline, and because and they've got the seemingly the pitching. Obviously, they need an incredible amount of bullpen help there, but their offense has been asleep at the wheel, like asleep on one leg, like a dang flamingo. Like it doesn't make any sense, like why they're not better than they should be. But that is like the most confusing team out west. But you're right, like the Rangers leading the way in the wild card, under 500. The Astros a game over 500. Like still, literally between the Rangers, Astros, and Mariners, just about anyone can win that division. I mean, the Mariners obviously need some help now, but I don't get it. I don't understand. You've got divisions like that. And the AL Central is, you could argue, is another one of those divisions where nobody really wants to win it. Obviously, they have better records, at least a few teams over 500. But, the fact that the Sox are leading the way, and here we are late August, like, I mean, look, I love it as a guy who lives and works in Chicago. I love to see the Sox on top of that division this late into the year. But, dude, it's touchy at best, man.
Yeah, it's fun though. I mean, again, selfishly, I think I'd be even more locked into it if a team that I cover was truly in the race. But do you think this is good for baseball or is it bad? I mean, I'm not anti-expansion the way some people are. I don't mind the additional wild card team. I think it actually personally is good for baseball because more markets, like right now, feel like their team is in it, and so more people are invested in baseball. Some people would argue, of course, it devalues the regular season. We're letting in 6 teams, et cetera. I get that point. For me, I just think, how cool is it right now that in the American League, unless you're in Kansas City, Anaheim, or Sacramento, you can make a case that your team can still get in the dance. Like, to me, that is good for the sport, personally.
Yeah, no, I agree. The fact that there are more markets in it, and I have actually kind of liked that they expanded the wild card to allow those extra teams to kind of be in the hunt, because right now the Yankees are, if there was one wild card team like there used to be, the Yankees would be, they'd have a 4-game lead on the next closest team. And so we'd basically be like, and beyond that, they have a 9.5-game lead over the Rangers. So there would not be any of these teams in the hunt for this. It's, it's like in football season when you get late in the year and you've got the in the hunt graphic, right? Like the more teams you have in that, the better for the sport. And I think that it's the way for baseball, but but then again, like if you are one of those teams though, it's wild that look, I think it's great that the Sox are on top of the division in the AL Central. I think it's good for baseball because you have this team that literally 2 years ago they set the record for most losses in MLB history, and now here they are contending just 2 years later. That gives hope to literally any team. And the Sox, even though they are a big market team, they're not one of those teams that spends like crazy. They in fact spend their money like they are a small market team, like a Tampa Bay Rays. But if you can get the south side of the third largest market in the country invested in baseball in August and September, that's a good thing for the sport. But I don't know. It's interesting that you've got all of these teams in. I feel like it's like, a group of bumper cars. They're all going to knock each other around for for the last month of the season, and one team's going to come out on top, but the rest are just going to come out with strained necks.
Yeah, the other interesting race, though, and I'm sure you in Chicago, everybody's locked into this, which is the NL MVP race. And over at BetMGM, you look, and some other books as well, you can see the odds are very similar, but Pete Crow Armstrong is still the favorite, -185, but Shohei is making this thing a little tighter here down the stretch. He's +150. I know you're a little biased in Chicago, and I think it should be Pete Crow Armstrong at this point. I understand Shohei is the best player on earth still, but given the fact that he's missed as much time as he has, and they're trying to save him a little bit for the postseason, I think you look at PCA, to me, he would be the bet. But it's interesting now that it is tightening up, and how are voters going to view this as we get towards the final month, or as we see the final month play out, I should say.
If the season ended today, I think Pete Crow Armstrong is your MVP. I think he do the touchdown dance, do the touchdown celebration, do whatever you need to do. Like it's PCA's award right now. However, just last week, Shohei Ohtani starting to throw off a mound again and starting to vamp up. And this is like the typical Dodgers strategy, right? You have your starters spend like a month on the IL and then come back ready to go for October. If Shohei pitches again on the second half of the season, even because he was putting up Cy Young numbers in the first half of the season, if he pitches again in September, I think you have to give it to Shohei because it's
even if he just
ungodly. What
doesn't matter
doing.
How he pitches. You just think if he pitches a game, he gets the nod. Just
okay.
Okay,
that's me giving him luxuries. Yeah, that's me saying that if Shohei pitches, he's going to pitch great. That's a fair rebuttal. If he pitches,
but you're
lousy,
right. He probably is going to pitch great.
Yeah, he probably will. I'm assuming, which I understand what assuming does. But I think that if he comes back and pitches, even like at a 3 ERA level, that's still 2 points higher than what his ERA was at the beginning part of the season. If he pitches that well, like even just mediocre, I think it is his award to lose for another year in a row. Because
then it sounds like
I just think that's so much more important.
You should be putting in a bet. You should be putting in a bet for Shohei. Then it sounds like, if that's what you're.
Well, I need to wait. I need to wait and see if he's going to pitch again, because that's a big deterrent. Otherwise, because Pete Crow Armstrong, what he's doing, obviously their offensive numbers are almost identical. Even just the other night, they both had 2 home runs in the same night, and they both went 4 for 5 at the plate. Like, it was like, it's so tight when it comes to their hitting splits. But PCA plays defense, right? Which is important, and he plays Gold Glove level defense. I mean, he's had a few mishaps this year, but he has played great. I just feel like the importance that a pitcher who can hit the way Shohei hits, the importance of having a player like that, that to me is the most valuable But if Shohei doesn't pitch again for the second half of the season, I don't think you can, turn a blind eye to what PCA is doing in Chicago.
Yeah, I just think it should be PCA because Shohei, of course, is when he's the best player on earth, and when he's pitching as well, he's the most valuable player. But he's, to me, already missed enough time of not pitching that I think that should cost you the award. I mean, there has to be something said for that and being available as much as PCA is. And I understand Shohei is still playing, just not pitching. But the reason why he was going to be a runaway MVP was because he was also pitching, and he hasn't. So look, I mean, if Shohei comes back in September, what is he going to get? He's going to get 4 starts, 5 starts, we think. And so,
yeah, probably.
Is that enough? Is that enough? We'll see. I think PCA is the favorite for a reason at minus 150 or so, or minus 160 or so. Right now, I think Shohei is plus 150 at last check. All right, coming up next, we will get our final thoughts in. We'll check in on how Shedeur Sanders is looking again. Some more preseason games coming up later on tonight. We'll see if any of those catch our attention as well, right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM.
We were just talking some baseball in the last segment. Don't forget, over at BetMGM, your players will receive an MLB Odds Boost token and an MLB Parlay Boost token. All you have to do is use the token, add MLB Bets to your bet slip, activate the respective token, and if you win your wager that was made with either token, you will receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars over at BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you for a couple more minutes here on Westwood One Sports. Appreciate those of you that have also been watching over on YouTube and Twitch, and of course those on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, and our affiliates across the country. Real quick, I do want to update on preseason action going on right now. The Bills are up 14-7 in the third quarter on the Browns. The reason why we were keeping an eye on that game was because Shedeur Sanders made his first start of preseason. His final stat line, he just got pulled. It'll be Deshaun Watson now in the game. But Shedeur Sanders, 9 of 11, 74 yards, did lead a touchdown drive, also had an interception. So another mixed bag type of performance for the Cleveland Browns. Deshaun Watson is in the game now. He's 0 for 2 to start his day. He started the first preseason game. So that's where things stand there. The Ravens are up 13-3 on the Vikings. None of the starting quarterbacks playing in that game. The Falcons up 34-6 on the Colts. Again, that was Cooper Rush starting for the Falcons today. The Commanders fell to the Lions 17-13 today. Jaden Daniels did play, but it was like 4 snaps. He was 0 for 1, not a single throw past the line of scrimmage. Jared Goff did not play in that game. We've got some other games going on tonight, though, and this afternoon. In fact, here in about 15 minutes, Saints and Rams kick off, Giants, Dolphins kick off, and then the late games tonight, Bears, Bengals, Eagles, Patriots, Cowboys, Cardinals, and the Chiefs taking on the Tampa Bay Bucks. So we'll get the Rams and the Saints coming up, and the first preseason game for the Rams, they didn't even travel Myles Garrett or Puka or Matthew Stafford. They didn't even travel to their first preseason game. So I'm guessing they're not going to play those guys tonight either.
Yeah, no, you're right. I don't know about you though. I don't know how to get it. I'm gonna have to find a way to like rig my cable box or something. But there is a preseason game tonight that I want to watch more than any other. In fact, there is a preseason game tonight that I want to watch, maybe even more than most regular season games of my very own beloved Tennessee Titans.
All right.
Tonight at the Los Angeles Rams game, I don't know if you saw this, but actress Brenda Song is joining the Rams preseason booth for the third quarter. She's going to be a color analyst on the broadcast. And for those who don't know Brenda Song, this is the girl, she blew up in fame on The Sweet Life with Zach and Cody back in the day. She's the girlfriend to Eduardo Saverin in the hit film The Social Network. She plays the assistant to Kate Hudson in the hilarious Netflix show right now called Running Point. Oh, and she just so happens to be married to Macaulay Culkin. She is awesome. And now she's joining the booth. And I, for one, am here for it because not only is she an incredible actress and beautiful, she also knows ball. And look, I don't care if you're lacking a Y chromosome. If you know ball, I want to hear you talk about it. Mina Kimes, Leslie Visser back in the day, Laura Rutledge, and now Brenda Song. And if you're against this, why? It's preseason. Like, sure, like, you're also, do you also have takes about the fourth string free safety Nick Anderson getting snaps? Let me guess, you have hot takes about third string right guard Blake Hance and the playing time he gets. And I can all but guarantee you, if you have problems with Brenda Song in the booth, you probably have hot takes on the amount of airtime Taylor Swift gets during games. Again, it's preseason. If you're watching, you're a sicko anyway. And the Rams want to make it fun. If anything, now I want to tune in to watch it. You know why? Because Brenda Song knows ball. And I want to prove that by having you listen to her sitting courtside at a Lakers game with her co-star for Running Point, Kate Hudson.
DeAndre Ayton was on the Phoenix Suns. They went to the Western Conference Finals. He's amazing, but he got traded to the Portland Trail Blazers, and we got him this past season. But Rui Hachimura, who you love, he's incredible. Come on, Rui! Yes!
See, that's her talking NBA, okay? She knows the NBA like the back of her hand. She also knows football very well. There's numerous clips of her online talking about what the Rams need to do to get better and to improve their defense. And Front Office Sports put out a clip of her on Instagram breaking down the Rams. I'm telling you, this is a great move. And I love it, and it makes me want to watch the Rams game tonight. I'm going to be searching the TV Guide channel for the Rams game tonight to find out how I can tune in to the LA CBS broadcast of it. I think this is a great move.
Yeah, this thing I think it starts honestly in a couple minutes, right? And this at 4:00 Eastern time. I think it gets going early.
Yeah.
This afternoon, as a matter of fact. It's preseason's the perfect time to do this as well. I mean, as you said, fourth quarter, third quarter, who gives a what when it comes to these preseason games? So why not?
Yes.
I will say, this week there was also the news that like Pat McAfee is going to do an alt cast. It sounds like now for Monday Night Football because I needed to see him even more than we've already seen him during broadcast. Look, my whole thing on altcast is if the game sucks, bring it on. Otherwise, I want my traditional Monday Night Football broadcast. So preseason where the game does suck, might as well have somewhat of an altcast. Tampa Bay tonight, by the way, they're playing the Chiefs. John Gruden is doing play-by-play during one of the broadcasts. So why not? Why not?
Look,
different stuff.
If anything, this move to Brenda Song in the booth, it's nice to see someone get a shot at calling a game who's not named Pat McAfee, right? Like it's finally someone else is getting a turn. So I, for one, am here for it all day, every day. Brenda Song knows ball.
Yeah, man, that's cool. I'm sure there'll be some clips that circulate. I won't be able to obviously watch it here locally, so I'll be keeping an eye on Twitter. I'm sure there'll be some clips that get posted by the Rams and anybody else, and it'll be interesting to see. But yeah, this is a great decision. Why not bring some more eyeballs to the sport too? As we know, we've learned this through the Taylor Swift stuff, right? There are people that are now NFL fans because Taylor Swift's an NFL fan, and so the people that hate on that, I don't get it. But it's the same thing that could happen here on a smaller scale with Brenda's song too, that now there might be some people that are like, oh my gosh, I'm a huge fan of her movies or her TV shows. You said it right now. It's on HBO, Running Point. That might just say, you know what, I'll watch the third quarter. It's also great if your spouse loves her and maybe it's a way to get her to let you watch some football too. It doesn't hurt.
Fellas, look, like if your wife is a football contrarian, like, this is a chance for you to get her to tune in for the, just be like, hey, you remember Eduardo Saverin's girlfriend in The Social Network? Well, now she's calling this game. So, I'll do it,
Absolutely. By the way, there is a preseason game tomorrow as well on Fox. So a primetime game, Seahawks and your Tennessee Titans. I want to see if your guy Cam Ward looks a little better. He was a little underwhelming in the first preseason game. I need to see Carnell Tate get the football a little bit here tomorrow night too.
Well, yeah, no, you're right. I'm hoping he looks a little bit better too. But again, it's one of those things where it's like if your players are playing bad in preseason, you don't bat an eye. You're like, it's preseason. Who cares? But if they're playing good, you're like, hey, watch out. This is going to be a year. He's going to be a dog this year. I think Cam Ward is going to be just fine this season. He did not look good in preseason game number 1, but I do think that him paired with, and not even just Carnell Tate. I legitimately think Carnell Tate might have the third best production numbers in that wide receiver room this year. Like, I legitimately think with DK and Io Manor, two names that are not being talked about at all, are going to be huge production makers for Cam Ward this year. But then also Calvin Ridley too. That's another name that I think is going to have a great year in this Brian Daboll offense. I do want to, real quick before we get out of here, just bring to the fact that we have got an amazing team behind the scenes here, right? With Ryan and Grant and Max and Zach, our EP. Zach told us during the last commercial break that his two favorite quarterbacks in the league are Shedeur Sanders and Diego Pavia. What? That is the most shocking revelation I think I have ever heard in the history of my 15 plus years doing sports talk radio.
I mean, he's the only person on planet Earth that's a fan of both of them. Nobody else is a fan of both. No chance.
No.
You might be a huge Shedeur Sanders fan. You're not also a Diego Pavia fan. Diego Pavia obviously got cut by the Ravens before, training camp started and everything. That is unbelievable. And he's a Jets fan. Man, Zach, you need some better
It makes
sports fandom,
no
man.
sense.
Holy cow.
I think he needs to see a therapist, honestly.
We'll let him reconsider his favorite quarterbacks before we see him in a few weeks as well. Hope you guys have a great weekend here on BetMGM Game Day. We'll talk to you next Saturday.
This is Westwood One Sports.